영어 채널입니다. 영어 채널로 마이크 테스팅 중입니다. 영어 채널입니다. 네.
Hello everyone, we are going to start the second day's conference within 5 minutes. So please sit down wherever you want to sit today. And there's some coffee for your awakening in the morning. So shall we start 9:30? So please be here at 9:30, please. we're gonna start second day of the conference, and I need his guideline. Okay, please see the notice. There's the explanation of the translator. So, yeah, we have channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. So if you need, just use the translator. And today there's just some Korean speakers will present in Korean. So you need it, okay? And we're gonna start today's conference, but we have a lot of present today, more than 30. So I need to ask you, follow me with the schedule, okay? if you don't have, if you don't follow me, we're gonna have a big problem with the really lovely dinner with CIMUSET board members, okay? So if you want nice dinner for the on time, so please follow me, okay? Yeah, we're gonna start. Hello, everyone. This is Kayoung Kim, the coordinator of the conference, and we had really great time yesterday thinking about the accessibility and who are be the person who will be needed to the accessibility, something like that. And second day, we will do how to improve the accessibility in the museum. So we will have more than 30 presents today and 4 of us case studies. First of all, I will introduce the first session's moderator, Charles from Amsterdam. Yeah. Thank you. And could you just big pause for him? Okay. Thank you.
Oh, I go here. Hello, good morning. It's a great roundup. Everybody's here. We're going to have a good time today. I would like to, my name is Charles Landvreugd. I am head of research and curatorial practice at the Stedelijk Museum in Amsterdam, and I will be moderating this session with our great colleague, Amparo Lehmann Pinto, who is the director and founder of the Yellow Cow Consulting Company. They are based in Barcelona. Yes, good. And they help organizations to diversify their practice. So please, can I have a warm applause for Amparo Lehmann Pinto?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me today. And thank you, Charles, for the introduction. And yes, my name is Amparo, and I'm a 164 tall woman from Mexico. I have a thick accent because my first language is Spanish. My skin tone is kissed by the sun, and my hair is wavy. And I'm wearing all black shoes, pants, and a blouse is black. And I also wear an analog watch on my right hand and a digital one on my left hand. I think that we need to always think that life is digital but also analog. And today I want to talk with you about who is not at your museum yet. I am an optimist, and I think that there's an opportunity to think who's not in your museum yet. So to do that, I think that one of the questions that I think all the time is about the change of accessibility. Accessibility starts before the people come to your institution or to the activities of your institution. And I want to be very intentional on when I say museum, I'm not talking about just your building. Yesterday we talked a lot about this idea of museum beyond their own walls, and I see that there are some colleagues today sharing these ideas as well. So let's have that mindset, and let's have that preconceived notion of museum beyond the walls. So here I have a slide that walks us through the chain of accessibility through some icons. So the accessibility starts from the moment where people are thinking to come or not to your institution, or to participate or not at your museum's activities or programs, either in the neighborhood or in a park, in a public park or whatever, right? And then how they're gonna get to your institution. Are they gonna take the bus? Are they gonna walk? Is it accessible by public transportation? Do they need to have a car to get where you are? Or is the public transportation even accessible for people, for example, that use a wheelchair as a mobility tool, right? And then once they arrive to your institution, if the wayfinding is clear, do they know where the toilets are? Are the toilets responding to their gender preferences, etc.? Are things in their own language or in different languages? Is it accessible for their abilities or disabilities? And then, are we serving when they leave the museum to know who came, but most or foremost, who is not in the room? And if they have the opportunity and the possibility to continue the journey once they leave your museum. What are the experiences that they're taking with them, right? And what is the metacognition that is coming? So this chain of accessibility is the first thing that I invite you to think about your museum. So, are your institutions places for everyone, right? Are you thinking of the demographics? Yesterday, Liz Race-Koala was talking about how museums are doing this analysis of the radius of their institutions and the demographics. I had the privilege to work, for example, with the Monterey Bay Aquarium in Monterey, California. And one of the things that they do is these surveys to know if they are catering to the cities that are surrounding the aquarium, Salinas and Monterey, of course. And these are cities that the population from the Latin American diaspora is really high. We're talking about like 50% of the inhabitants of these cities speak Spanish, and they are from Latin America. So are they catering and they're having programs for them? And are these people participating at your museum? And when I say participating, it's not that they're coming to your programs. They're also sitting at your board. They're your colleagues. They're part of the staff. They're volunteers. Of course, they're visitors, but also if they're in leadership at your organization. Yesterday, Jessica was talking about putting the visitor as the protagonist. And I'm going a little bit further, saying these people that you want to engage should be part of the museum, the decision makers of your museum, the staff of the museum. And then asking yourself who is coming, but foremost, who's not coming, right? When you throw a party, I love throwing parties, by the way, but when one throws a party, you make a list, you want to RSVP so you know how much food you're gonna have, but then you forget who's not coming. When the party's over, you send a thank you note, thank you for coming, thank you for the present, if it was your birthday party, but you never call the ones that never came. We don't have that in our society. Well, I'm Mexican. In my society, you don't call the ones that, what happened? Why didn't you come to my party? But here, I'm inviting you to ask yourselves to do this. And in order to do that, I'm going to go back. In order to do that, you can do these surveys, right, of who came and the zip codes, perhaps, and why they came and the interests. But also, it could be good that you go and walk to those neighborhoods that you want to engage to see who's not coming, right? Just go and walk. These community walks. And then you will have enough information to see what are the assets that you have. And this is also an invitation to stop saying words such as underrepresented, underserved. It's not about them, it's about your organization. You are underserving, you're underconnecting, you're under-communicating with these communities. There's nothing wrong with the people who live in the neighborhood. They're not under anything. They have a lot of assets, right? And then think of what are they able to do and how they are capable to contribute and what you can learn from them so you can design and with them whatever is relevant to them. Yesterday, also Diego was talking about relevancy in the comments. And I was thinking, yeah, you're not relevant to these communities because these communities are not relevant to you. It's a two-way street. So when you put the people at the center with their assets, that's when the change comes. And I think that having this asset-based perspective, it will be very helpful for all of us in this room, whatever we do. And I would like to refer to Dr. Yoso's theoretical framework of the community cultural wealth and the capitals. When we think that these communities have, and this, I have here an image of the 6 capitals with these icons, their linguistic capital. What other languages they speak? How do they speak to each other, right? Right now I'm working with the Children's Museum in San Diego, and it's a community that does a lot of Spanglish. They switch from English and Spanish like, ¿Cómo estás? ¿Qué tal? I know, the other day I was with my brothers, y mi mamá me dijo. That's the way they talk. And it's okay, there's nothing wrong. But that's the capital. And then the familial capital. I don't know you, but in Mexico, family is like super important. It's great. It gives us unity and solidarity, right? That's an asset that you can leverage. Their social capital, their navigational capital. It's precisely when you're trying to reach out and to work with diasporas, with groups of immigrants. You have no idea, if you haven't been an immigrant yourself, how difficult it is to learn new ways to navigate a society when it's not where you were born. You don't know how to make a line, right? I just moved to Barcelona 6 months ago, and I went to the bank, and I just saw the line. I stand there, I'm like, that lady is the last one. So I'm like, okay, so I need to arrive and say, like in Cuba, who's the last one in the queue? So I can be aware, and I see people from Western Europe saying, yes, that's a very socialist thing, right? Who is the last one in the queue, right? So this is part of the navigational capital. They know how to navigate other things because they've been coming with a lot of resilience and a lot of things to learn. And the aspirational capital. They want better things for their children. They want better things. That's why they move to another place. They work hard. They have 7 jobs because they want better things for their children. And then the resistant capital, the way they stand up from themselves and work hard. If you want to learn more about this paper from Dr. Yoso, there's a QR code there. I'm going to give you some seconds if you want to capture it with your phone. And then I'm going to move forward. But how to do this? And I'm going to use this phrase, nothing about us without us, which was coined in the early 1900s in Eastern Europe for the political, how can I say, movement on making policies coming from the people for the people. And then in the 1990s, the movement for people with disabilities used it as a call of war. And for me today, it's an invitation for you to don't do anything without these communities that you want to reach out. Nothing about us without us. So in order to get that call of war for you and your institutions, it's time for you to build relationships, right? And leave behind this idea that you're going to do something for them, right? It's not about 2 or 4 your audiences. That's dative, and that's outdated. Let's be ablative. Let's do things creating by, with, and from your audience. With them. They are experts in other things that will enhance your content. I'm pretty sure there's an engineer from that community. I'm pretty sure that there's an architect. I'm pretty sure that they know other things that you don't know. For example, I don't know if you know, but tortillas has more calcium than milk. So if you eat tortillas, your bones are going to be super strong. But I know that because it's part of my culture, right? And when I share it with you and we put that in an exhibition, then I see myself there of talking about calcium and tortillas because there's this process of nixtamalization, and that's where the calcium comes from when you work on the grains of the corn, of the maize, to do tortillas. And that's a lot of science behind a tortilla and nutritionist things behind a tortilla. So when we create with, we learn a lot, right? So yesterday we were also saying we need to relinquish power. Yeah, also the power that we are the owners of the narrative of what science is and who knows science and who doesn't. So I'm thinking of in this building the relationship and nothing about us without us, let's go through a process of building these relationships. And in that process, it's great that you have an outreach coordinator or manager. And outreach is a great starting point. Go there. I was telling you earlier, go and walk the neighborhoods. Go and go to the little bodega or the tiendita and talk to these people, right? And it's good. It's a good start to outreach. But let's move forward to perhaps start consulting and do it with integrity. This connection and these building relationships with integrity, meaning pay them for their time, understand what they're doing and how they're doing it, right? And then from consulting, you can move to involving. So instead of you being the outreach manager, you're going to be the community involvement manager or vice president. I don't know how far you're going to go, right? But the communication starts flowing for both ways. And then you give them some things like, hey, would you like to do this for us? Get involved. We consult you, but now we want you to be part of the team. And then move even further to collaboration. Let's do this together. The ownership of the museum is for the society. Yesterday was mentioned so many times the concept of museum based on of ICOM. The museum is nothing without the community, without the people that they serve. a cold monument with things inside is not a museum if there's no people in there. And collaborating and sharing the leadership is what brings life to your museum. That's when accessibility really starts to picking up. So I hope that your community outreach manager becomes an engagement manager, and then the vice president of community liaisons and partnerships. And in order to do this, we need a lot of empathy. It takes empathy to sit down and say, who are you? Tell me about you. We need to listen. What are the challenges they face? What are the values they hold? Are they the same values that you have as an organization? Is there alignment with you? Right? What are their goals for their children, for their youth, for their community, for their neighborhood? What do they want? And what are the commitments that they can make? Don't assume that they're going to give you their time. Ask them, please, what are the commitments that you can make? 1 hour, 20 minutes, I'll take it. It's okay. And then ask them what success looks and feels like to you. 80% of the time is not what you think is success as an organization. It's very different. They have their agendas. Their moms, their dads, they work hard. Building cultural capacity in your teams is a never-ending journey. And I love this photo that I don't see where this road ends. There's no even a signage that says like 30 kilometers to go, right? Or prepare your money for the toll, it's coming. Nothing. It's never-ending journey. If you're really committed to shift the demographics at your organization, if you're really committed to do this with these people that you want to serve and see in your organization as your colleagues, as your board members, as your volunteers, it's a never-ending journey. And this is where you have to go in this loop forever. First, get awareness. This conference is creating awareness in all of us. I've been learning so much from you, from the pre-conference workshops till today, and I'm pretty sure that today's sharings and presentations are gonna create a lot of awareness in all of us. Continue learning why this is important, why this is such a pressing issue in our society. And then get agency, own it, work on it, don't talk about it. If you ask me, I'm tired of talking about this. Tired. I'm a practitioner, I'm not a researcher. So I like to make things happen. My whole practice is focused on helping you get things done. And that's agency, that's ownership. You have power and influence. Wherever you are in your organization, you have power and influence to do this work and to remove the barriers. This image of the people that are in different heights, that are behind a fence, that they cannot see the people playing baseball on the other side, drives me crazy. Don't give crates to people to look at. Please remove the fence. The problem is the fence. It's not that they are short or tall. It's the fence. And now they remove the fence in one of these iterations of this image. And then they're looking the people playing baseball on the other side. Drives me double crazy. Because it's like, okay, you can see us how we do things. And again, A few slides ago, I told you that being part of your museum is not as visitors. It's also being your colleagues, your partners in crime, right? So remove the barriers. Take agency of removing those barriers, whatever they are, social, economic, physical, not clear barriers. Let's work for them. And strive for empathy, for having these transformative relationships with the community. And when you think you get it, start over again. Awareness, agency, empathy. Awareness, agency, empathy. That's the way we can do it. And with that, if I'm not mistaken, it's all for me.
Thank you so much, Amparo. We have about 5 minutes? Yes. I would. Do you mind if I ask my first question? No. So thank you for your presentation. It was great. I would like to, if you don't mind, go to the question under all these questions, because there is many different organizations here from many different countries. With all these countries have their own different sensibilities and their own different, how do you say it, reasons, right? And I was wondering if you could tell us why we would want this.
That's a beautiful question. And I have worked with organizations in many places on the globe, right? I have worked in the Middle East, I have worked in Europe, in Latin America, and the US. And what I hear the most often is a little bit of fear to stay disconnected from society, right? Gosh, I'm making numbers in my head, but perhaps with 15 years ago, there's researcher was showing some demographics in the US like, nobody's gonna come to your museum. The Latinos are not coming to your museums and they're growing, they're having a lot of babies. And I was like, oh my God, I'm here from Mexico. I was still pretty new in the US. And I raised my hand and said, sorry, but the Children's Museum in Mexico City has 2 million people a year. Visitors. What you have inside is not interesting for people to come in. What you're doing is not appealing to the people to come in. So it's this fear of being irrelevant, just to rephrase Diego and our colleague Nina Simon. It's a topic of relevancy, but it's also, what's our business? What is your business model? Isn't it to be service to society, right?
So my question then is, if we are fighting, if we are, as museums, we're fighting to stay relevant and not be irrelevant in 20, 30 years from now, why don't we just stop doing what we're doing at all and then start all over again with something else?
Well, I've been also thinking a lot when I work very close with science centers that they want to cater better to audiences, and they are fearful to say, well, maybe our optical illusion exhibits are not cool because people who are blind or visually impaired. I'm like, there are other illusions that are with other senses that you can play. So it's not about, oh, let's erase and start over again. Rather, start adapting and then innovating, meaning what can you do to adapt whatever you have, and from now on, what can you innovate to really have this equity lens from the get-go?
And then my final question would be then, I'm a bit critical of, but is to whose benefit? To the museum's benefit or to the benefit of the audiences? Because I'm like, do the audiences care at all?
Yeah, but this sounds like, again, perpetuating this narrative of us, them. And actually, we need to think that the museum is part of that community. Yes. The museum is part of that city. The museum is part of that neighborhood, right? This reminds me a university in Mexico City. It's a very posh university. It's a private university. And it's in a very low-income neighborhood in Mexico City. But these guys are all the time embedded with the people. It's a university on design and communications and television, blah, blah, blah. So they hire the carpenters and the tailors and all the people from the community to help the students. And then they have a lot of activities where the community can come to the fashion show and all those things. So they're all the time thinking, how can we connect and serve better? Catering, they do it with people from the neighborhood. All the things that happen, all the outsourcing comes from the people that are around this university. So for me, Centro, that's the name of this university, and this neighborhood, that is the Colonia America, is the same thing. It's not two separate entities. And we need to think about our museums the same way, that they're not two separate entities.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify, for me it is important to understand that every country is different, right? And so the social relationship and also the, how do you say it, social hierarchy, so to speak, in every country works differently. So, you know, I'm just wondering, this is why I'm asking you this, like why, you know, how to adapt to, because Korea is very homogeneous with the people, while for instance the Netherlands has 200 different nationalities, while for instance, you know, so how do you then negotiate that within these different spaces?
Yeah, but there are a lot of intersectionalities that are not only ethnicity, right? It could be, I don't know, maybe level of studies, right?
Yes,
What is your
class,
background?
education, everything.
Yeah.
Yes, I understand.
Generation.
Yes, thank you so much, thank you. Are there questions from the room? And do I then go to the room and ask the questions? One question, who? Yay!
Well, good morning, Paro. Congratulations for your talk. I was just more of a comment, and I would like to comment on this. That's the situation. I mean, it's quite common in Latin America. I know Mexico has the same situation. Sometimes when you work with the community, you work with communities where the state's either not present or the state, the official forces, they don't actually control the territory or the communities. So you have different powers that operate then. Of course, as a museum, you never negotiate with those powers, but have to navigate with them, as the community has to navigate with them. So just point out that specifically in this situation, the path you show, they are not necessarily a straight line, but you go back and forth, you have setbacks, and that go beyond the willing of the community, the willing of the museum, and also to be prepared for the setbacks and go back and forth between this path, because that's part of the process of the collaboration of the community.
But that's exactly when the growth comes, Diego. If you don't have setbacks, where are you gonna grow and when are you gonna learn, right? And it's not easy, it's not linear and it's not easy, but it's possible. And having the clear goal that what you want is a partnership, not just a transactional relationship with a person or a community, right? And there are a lot of politics involved as well. I have 3 seconds, gone. So we need to navigate all those layers as well.
Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Amparo.
Charles.
Lehman Pino, can I have a warm applause? So we had the kickoff, and now I'm going to put back the microphone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Amparo and Charles. I believe we had a quite nice inspiration for today's. Yeah, we have a really good start. Let me introduce a new moderator for this morning's session, Sephora from Immost. Please welcome him.
Good, thank you, Karen. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Saifullah Jalili. I'm from Iran National Museum of Science and Technology from Iran. And I'll be with you for 1 hour and a half to moderate this session. I hope that all of you enjoyed yesterday's presentations. At this time, we will have 6 presentations, actually. Yeah. And the first one, if you let me invite the first one, the first speaker from Mexico, Hector Valverde Martinez. Yeah. So Hector will talk about why museums are not accessible. Okay.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank CIMUSET committee to the patience they had to me and to allow me to participate and to share with you some thoughts on the results of a diagnosis on the accessibility and inclusion in the Tesosomoc Museum I carried out between January and September 2023. I am Hector Valverde. I am Mexican, 170 tall. I am wearing a blue shirt, gray pants, and brown boots. Without any further, I would like to begin this presentation with a story that took place in Mexico City several years ago, when the National Museum of Anthropology opened its doors in the 60s, last century. At that time, a Canadian committee visited the museum, and Mario Vasquez, the man who built this museum, was starting the tour when he saw a boy who was selling candies in the front door. The boy was hesitating, approaching to the doors and walk away in repeated times. After a few minutes, he approached to the boy and told him, "Boy, why don't you enter into the museum? It's yours. We made it for you. Come on, get in." But the answer was shocking to him, because more or less, the boss said, "I would like it, but these marble floors are too cold for my bare feet." These marble floors are too cold for my bare feet. I like this story because it shows how museums are far from common people. The marble floors of actual museums are barriers that unconsciously build and deny the access and inclusion of all kinds of visitors. In this presentation, I will explore the marble floors of the Tesosomoc Museum, which is a science museum located in the north side of Mexico City, a museum that belongs to the Scientific Promotions of the Directorate of the National Polytechnic Institute. This museum, dedicated to energy and its manifestation and application in the world, has 4 thematic cores. Mathematics, energy in the universe, light and optics, and robotics and technology. From more than 50 exhibition models, it's possible to identify 8 highlighted for the museum visitors: the robotic arm or the cyber spectacle, the electric bicycle, the electromagnetic accelerator, the We Are All You and Me, the seismic simulator, the Hanoi Towers, the puzzle of Pythagoras theorem, and the puzzle of volume. The staff also identifies 7 more, like the Kuhn tubes, the Gauss bell, the equation domino, and the PDP-12 computer. Unfortunately, despite the success of the models that were made by museum staff so that visitors could understand in a simple way the concepts and the phenomena addressed in the museum and its disposition in the exhibition space so that anybody could make its own tour, its marble floors are presented on 3 levels: physical, contents, and services. The The intersection of inclusion and accessibility with museums has primarily been understood as a means for museums to ensure and increase public access to their activities and services with unsuccessful efforts that have insufficient attention to the demands of recognition of the needs of different visitors. In other words, the primary goal of inclusion and accessibility is to ensure and increase the access to a major number of people with disadvantages to the activities and services provided by a museum. Unfortunately, this access still does not significantly extend beyond a narrow subset of the population due that the problem is transferred to the users and visitors of the museum. By an insufficient coordination in the redistribution of the knowledge shared and the way in which staff understand the visitor-museum relationship. To carry out this work, from a qualitative approach, a series of non-participant observation and semi-structured interviews were carried out with 12 visitors of the museum so that could be analyzed their experience of visiting this space. I choose to make a qualitative to use a qualitative approach because more than numbers, more than data, visitors are people, and as people, they have something to say. Based on what they thought about this museum, what did they like most about the museum, if they identify the electromagnetic accelerator, the We Are All and You and Me, and the seismic simulator models, and what they thought about it, and after the visit, if they thought the museum was accessible to all types of visitors, we can say that in the physical aspect, the space is aggressive for those who with disabilities, because despite having a ramp to access the lobby to the main exhibition room of the museum from the staff parking lot, it does not have access to the ticket office or the math room. The museum does not have a braille text for people with visual disabilities, nor does it have an interpretative video in Mexican Sign Language. On the other hand, the level of the field of vision of a large number of the museum's interactive models exceeded viewing angle of the children's audience, who regularly attends museum on weekends and on last Wednesday of each month for the museum's night. In addition to the above, the distribution of the interactive models, difficult circulation within the museum, especially for those who require a wheelchair. Likewise, the museum lacks rest areas within the exhibition rooms, which is why older adults, people with non-visible disabilities, pregnant women, and even families with children report fatigue during and after their visit. In terms of content, it is important to note that although the museum is aimed at a youth audience to show scientific work and its application in society and encourage them to join the IPN, National Polytechnic Institute, to pursue a career in science and engineering, the elderly number of visitors to this museum are scholar groups from the middle-level schools that already belong to the IPN, as well as family groups that accompany students between 12 and 18 years old to do homework. This museum, dedicated to energy and its manifestation and application in the world, is read for the near community as a department of the IPN in which only academics have access to. For those who dare to enter, it is read as a general science museum in which they will go to learn mathematics and physics. In that sense, according to Paul Ricoeur, mimesis, moments of interpretation, the museum has an interpretation of the world in Mimesis 1. The interactive models are the mimesis to the interpretation of the interpretation that academics made. And the mimesis 3 is what people take away from the museum. Following the above, it is important to point out that visitors who make their free tour rarely remember exactly what is explained in the models, also tend to confuse the phenomenon with the action they performed, reinforce the perceptions with which they entered the museum, and even not realize about some models. In addition to the above, the weekday staff who develop the models provide training to the guides who serve the groups of visitors on this shift. However, the weekend staff does not have this support in terms of the knowledge they share with visitors, who make up just over half of those who come to this space. In that sense, weekend visitors will have a reading of the interpretation that the guides make, not necessarily the most appropriate. The guides are students of the high school and first years of university. Finally, in terms of service, the museum is a complicated space for different visitors, which result in a little accessibility for people with low resources. Since according to what observed and the interviews carried out, although the entrance fee to the museum is relatively cheap, approximately $1 for a student, senior teachers, and people with disabilities, and $1.50 to general public. For low-income families, to pay an entry represents a significant expense, even more so if it is considered that in Mexico City, the vast majority of museums have 1 day for entry. And I think that my time out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ji Hee from UK. Quem escala lá em Holanda? Okay.
Right, so thank you for having me today. And I'm Z. I'm a PhD researcher at King's College London. So I'm in my 20s-ish, and I have like long black hair with wearing all black today. So today I would like to share with you part of my PhD study with a refocus on the general museum field. So this will be it. Unlocking accessibility, the potential role of AI in fostering interactive and inclusive experience in blockbuster exhibition. So as the pandemic led to a period of museum closure and travel ban, virtual tours and online collections post on multiple platforms, mainland museum websites become the way audience access the museum. The idea and application of virtual museum do not emerge in the pandemic, but the pandemic does escalate its development. Those museum and art gallery have a mature online collection system, shifting focus from stable image to video and online guided experience. As a physical, authentic experience rooted in physical expression and authenticity, blockbuster exhibitions have withstood significant challenge in such difficult time. In a more general museum field, many museums have been forced to suspend their exhibitions, and some of them have been even cancelled. The evolution of digital service in museums and their successful implementation of various digital technologies are not just built in online platforms. Physical exhibitions also benefit from those innovations. Chatbots are launched to improve museum audience experience and increase audience accessibility. Although chatbots have been broadly used in physical and digital museums and benefit audience engagement and learning, this partially personalized approach still raises questions regarding the alignment between digital and physical presentation. museum exhibitions involving landscape and focus in response to audience preference have been put in front. The debate around audience-centric in the museum field lead to the emergence of the museum experience economy. As museum competing with all entertainment, engaging and memorable experience might be the solution for museum to attract audience attention while maintaining educational purpose. So today, I would like to help to answer those two questions. The first one, how do memory institutions influence audience behavior and memory in the displayed artifact? By answering that, I will then move the focus to, can AI bridge the gap between behavior and memory? Okay, so the blockbuster mode may not at the age of failure, but it does face competition from online context immersive experience. I missed one slide, so actually museum, as I said, is competing with all entertainment, and my case study, the Shanghai Museum, is no exceptions. So today I will focus on one of its blockbuster exhibition. That's a large one, and the portrait to Van Gogh masterpieces from National Gallery at Shanghai Museum. So as I said, the blockbuster mode may not at the age of failure, but it does face competition from online contact and an immersive experience. As a large-scale and often profitable exhibition that draws diverse audience worldwide, the blockbuster exhibition is an iconic exhibition of arts, culture, and history. However, one audience can easily access famous painting and object online, curating their exhibition and experience a more interactive and immersive sense with mixed reality created by multiple technologies, while the blockbuster exhibition be the same, lacking interaction between audience and the exhibit may surge the retirement of the blockbuster exhibition. For a specific type of museum goer, there may need to be more than authenticity and aura of the original object. So, as you can see, we did a questionnaire about how many exhibitions you will normally see in like normal year, non-COVID normal year. So we can see if we put our audience by exhibition visit time. So the red and black one are the motivations. The red one are actually those who have been selected more than 10%. Audience has selected red one. We can see the cultural enrichment as like the top, and then fan of artists or artwork, then learning. But for those who will more than 7 exhibitions per year, they also have like personal interest. It's like really key factor. So when we ask question about what's your favorite object in this exhibition, this is the answer we have. We can see there like every dot is a painting, and we can see like some of them are not even being mentioned in the questionnaire. And on the top is the Van Goghs. There's only like 6% people have chosen. So the Van Goghs, the Red Boy, the Caravaggio, the Monet, and the Turner. So this is what the audience say like they really like, and it's actually different when we compare our observation. Yes, we did an observation. So from this map, we can see actually the Van Gogh have like a higher mention rate in questionnaire than actually we can see in person in observation in audience behavior. But the sense is different in the Monet. So actually people interact with Monet more than Van Goghs. And this is a heat map. So this is a footpath. So we can see the Monet is like redder than the Van Goghs, although the Van Goghs do have like a wider path than the Monet. So let's like examine in this way. So the exhibition space actually emphasize aids of painting by pop-up panel and also the light around the panel. And we can see the Van Goghs have been highlighted in the installation, and it doesn't look really, it's not, okay, let's frame this way. So actually the audience behavior, like the interactive rates are lower, but it's actually the highest in their audience memory. but also the turner also being emphasized in the installation. And we can see like the highest behavior rate, but when we're asking, not really remember. And for those who not being mentioned in the, not mentioned, like be highlighted in the installation, we can see the Monet, it has a higher behavior interactive rate than people really remember or quote it as their favorite. But also things also different. One is the Red Boy, still not being mentioned in the installation, not being highlighted in the installation, but it do have a consistency of in audience behavior and memory. So what we can know from this is actually just the audience's behavior. The response has promoted comprehension regarding how institution influence how audience engage with exhibition and their level of interest in display artifacts. More than half of the exhibits have a below average engagement rate. The object with the highest engagement rate is recommended in the exhibition booklet, highlighted in the physical exhibition space, and repeatedly emphasized by the media. The exhibit with the lowest engagement rate was only 37% of the exhibit with the highest participation rate. So there's like obviously a gap between what's audience behavior, what's in audience memory, and what's actually emphasized by the museum. So actually, this will lead to my next question, which will be, how can we bridge the gap between the memory and the behavior? How could we use AI to create a more inclusive and immersive experience? So in an exciting museum practice, the potential of digital brain technology is evident as it enables museum to personalize the museum experience by tailoring contact and interaction to individual preference. Leveraging capability of AI and machine learning, museums can create immersive experience that resonates with each visit on a personal level. In our travel exhibition contact with an LLMS-trained chatbot, the audience who is a fan of an artist or artwork could bypass the preset touring route and have a deeply engaging experience with the object. Simultaneously, those who visit for learning purpose could also learn from the experts. As most of the audience took more than 19 minutes in the exhibition, the chatbot may create accessibility to learning within this exhibition space. Whether through real-time translation, context adaptation to various learning style, or AI experience, digital brain can enhance accessibility. The interactive nature of LLMs empower audience to engage with exhibition context beyond stable text label. So what I want to propose here is the recommendation system and combined with chatbot. So through touchless interface, voice recognition, and gesture-based interactions, audience could become active participants in the narratives, transcending the role of passive observer. Non-human-like conversation and incomplete knowledge have been delivered. Although those predefined dialogue rules may improve audience experience at a certain stage, chatbots still need to be connected to knowledge graph or trained with machine learning technique. Those chatbots that employ NLPs can provide more related and accurate information that enhance engagement. So here is a prototype about it will be like pilot and experimental approach. So actually they have like 3 steps. I will briefly introduce this one. So the books being linked by the yellow row are actually we ask the audience to input their information. Then we use the big data, digital brain, AI, and every really high technology to calculate their what we should recommend to them, what's their path, and then the final step will be you can chat with the chatbot to get the information you need. So it's like on-demand information access. So as I said, we have basic information selection, artwork selection, and collaborative filtering preparation. Then we provide personalized artwork recommendation. Then like personalized expression roads. And in this explanation of artwork, like communicate with the chatbot. About that, we will finally achieve the continuity of sustainable audience experience. So in the first step, when we ask audience information, we will ask there how long we want to spend time in the expression, and what's your engagement level, will you take photo, will you read label, and then even your favorite color, because we are more interested in object in our favorite color, in our preference. Color is a really important part in our, selections. And then we will provide an item-based collaborative filter. So we'll provide 8 rounds. So each round will have 3 objects in a row, and the audience need to choose one of their favorite. And after that, we will use the computer to calculate give their weight about those variables. For example, the artist name, the genre, the nationality, the keywords, material, color, the size of the product, and even, that's will be everything, and the color. I think I mentioned the color before. And after those calculations, we will provide a painting selection. So this is how we will select painting. And this is all the expression we have. Then we use the calculation. We got a recommended set. But there's something not on display, so we just minus not on display. Then based on how many times they have and the rows they will take, we give them a viewing set. And the viewing set usually will contain 6 to 9 objects, will be what audience see in today, like in this visit. And we will use the DUX algorithm to have optimized path. So we will calculate the closest routes. So it'll be like only can see as many as objects as possible in the given time. So this enhanced engagement can lead to a deeper understanding and an appreciation of the expression motive and artifacts. As the expression usually takes years to prepare and invites professionals and scholars to research the objects and write catalog, its educational perspective are precious. They should be passed on to the on-site audience, especially when cultural enrichment, fans of an artist, or maybe object and learning are the most common audience motivation. And by doing that, we actually could achieve the continuity of expression experience. So this is like a SAE model, Sustainable Audience Experience Model, like I proposed. So we actually, this chatbot and recommendation system can achieve in both 2 roles, the repeatable audience experience, the multi-assignable audience experience and the continuity audience experience. So this is like in the physical space, we use the chatbot, the recommendation system, the recommendation system built in the chatbot. So we can provide repeatable active. So it's not like I'm here one time, I use this chatbot, then I'll be down. We have different chatbots, so like we can do like multiple time and every time are different because the selections are different. And also like the continuity experience from audience side, from on-site visit. So the audience conduct a knowledge-based research based on their experience. And with that, we actually achieve a memorable audience experience, which will help us to create a more engaging audience experience, so people will more willing to come. And by this will be almost ending. By harnessing the capabilities of AR and interactive technologies, museum can craft inclusive, personalized, and immersive experience that captive and educate audience from diverse backgrounds. This framework shed light on the exciting possibilities, redefine the expression, and reshaping audience engagement. So that will be everything for today, and thank you for listening. I'm open to question and further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. real interesting presentation. Our next presentation will be a recorded video. So, yeah, it seems ready. Yeah, it will be presented by Yasamane Smiley from Iran. So, if it's ready.
Hello, everyone. I want to thank you for this opportunity. This is Yasaman Ismaili. I'm going to present our work with the title Fostering Audience Engagement Through Participation in the Design of Museum Exhibition from Idea to Implementation. This is a work by Kimia Amini and me. So this is particularly focused on the design process of the climate gallery room at the Museum of Science in Tehran. So it's about how we started to think about the ideation phase of the design. This is the room with its current state, so it's basically an empty space. And so the thinking process is started by kind of breaking down what a climate room can tell, right? So, and of course, if you just think about climate change in general, usually it might end up being about conversations between activists, politicians, and scientists, and all the back and forth, and kind of like the realities of what's happening, the scientific and political reasons. But what we wanted to really explore was, so what is the role of the community within this relationship, and how can we start thinking about bringing the community into the museum to make them become part of the climate change discussion. So it was kind of like, how can we encourage the community to think about their fingerprint, right? To really start imagining possibilities for what can be done with climate change. So we started creating a series of workshops to ideate with community members and possible future users of the museum to think about what this climate change gallery can be, what should its characteristics be. These workshops, the first series started in February and later was followed with another series in October. And now we are planning for the third series. It was done both online and in person. And we invited different experts to talk to our participants, to share and show examples of other climate-aware museums and projects, what they have done, to iterate, to kind of like put out the ideas and then iterate over them. And so now I'm going to share some of the general results of the discussion so far and what we have been coming up with. So of course, like the first idea that comes to mind when thinking about the climate and the museum is what is the role of that the building itself is playing, right? Like what is the relationship of the physical building and energy? Is the building physically responsible? Is the way we are going to use the building, the users are going to engage with the building? What role does that play? Thinking about that, actually half of the pollution of the world actually comes from construction and the way buildings are used. So this is for sure an important aspect to think about and address, right? Just the way that the room itself mechanically and physically will function. And then it comes to kind of like how we can directly educate the visitors, right? Like give them information, share information about the climate and what's happening. So the participants came with basically like a framework for this scenario that the museum could tell the story of the causes, of the climate change, the effects and impacts of climate change, and also then invite the visitors to think about solutions as they visit, so that they can take active roles in the discussion. And in order to implement these educational ideas, these participatory educational ideas, the space itself should be open and it should be very interactive and using games, group activities, games, creating visibility, and also utilizing digital technology, AR and AI, and um, kind of creating microclimates where the visitors can start really not only learn about what's happening, but also through the game that we play, maybe think about solutions, creating a tactile experience, also trying to simulate some of the local climates of Iran within the room is another idea that so kind of like education could also really bring awareness to what's happening locally in the country. And more importantly, it's kind of like as the visitors leave the room, how can what they see and is narrated for them maybe impact their lifestyle, maybe encourage them to think differently about what they do on a daily basis? For example, could it start bringing a biking culture, cycling culture to the visitors, or maybe like helping them become part of that network? Some of the other factors to think about is that anything we put on display itself should have a visible and sustainable life cycle. For example, like paintings on the wall that are created using the kind of like where the art is coming from, where it's going, what kind of material is used to create that art, instead of maybe using complex furniture that we don't like. It's hard to understand what is actually the impact of their production itself is an example of such thing. Or how can a visitor leave its footprint in the museum? How can the museum, the room, the climate room, create a place for lingering, for observation, sharing, learning, and taking action? So really, how can it create a network? How can it be very memorable? And the interaction of the body and the space becomes very important. This is an example from Vitra Museum, where perhaps this slide becomes the kind of core of the experience for the visitors. And of course, how can this experience, which is perhaps the most important factor, creates hope? How can it create hope, inspiration, and resilience through storytelling? This is an example from the animation Elephant in the Room, which is created to really kind of narrate the story of climate and museums, and how seeing this narration can really impact the way the audience can think. This can be a great example to learn from in the way that we are going to create this room. Also, how can we expand out of the physical space of that room in terms of the network and the activities that can be created using the climate room exhibition? This is an example from the architecture firm Bella Stark, where they designed these yearly festivals in Paris, where participants basically take part in using waste material and turn it to something useful. So can the museum be a source and network for such events, for something that is more really like citywide and brings more community members to take part and take action? And of course, it's very important that what we talk about not only focuses on very obvious things that relate to climate change, but thinking about the sustainable development goals, and that climate, economy, culture, and social problems all are hand in hand. So what we display, what we show, needs to take basically include the Sustainable Development Goals and consider different factors. So, so far we have completed 2 workshops. We're planning for the third workshop right now. And the next step, of course, will be how we will create this implementation, which hopefully we will present to you later. Thank you so much for listening. We also want to especially thank Dr. Jalili, the Director of Museum of Science, who has supported us to create this design process. Thank you.
Okay, now is the time for discussion. So let me to invite our 2 speakers who are in that place. So Hector and G. And Yasaman should be online. I said, yeah. Okay, thank you very much. So we are ready for your question. If there is any question, please raise your hand. Yeah, Reno.
No? Yes?
Yes.
I knew that I have to wait for a while. This is Riina from Finland in a colorful dress today and a milkmaid braid sort of hairstyle. And thank you. So, but that wasn't the main point. It really wasn't. I was just whispering with Diego really quickly after hearing about the algorithms in aid of our experience in the museum. And although I know that a lot of museum visitors need, demand a path for the visit, personally, I'm a little bit torn how clearly we should map out how the experience goes for people. And it's also, I know a lot of visitors want that, but I personally don't want that. So I wonder if anyone else is having this strange feeling of do we provide or not provide the clear paths that some people want, but I hate really in a museum because I want to explore.
Okay, I think this is a question for, is there a follow-up?
Yes,
Okay,
may I
yeah.
complement it? Because we were whispering. Yes, how much, and if there is any point in research you're going to investigate that, how much is left like a spontaneous discovery of different artwork that are not perfect? And how much, are you planning to also look at that if that it's a good or bad thing for most of the visitors?
Okay, so actually, because if we talk Frank's model, we can see like there are different type of museum audience. For example, for me, I will be like experience seeker. So I, like you, I don't want to be told like what we need to see in a museum place, but there also are others, so for like a learner, facilitator, and I don't know, oh, there's another one, the one who go to museum to find peaceful. So that's also like those people do not need that guidance system. But for learner and facilitator, they will be like to have one. Why? Because now what museum have, no matter what kind of museum, they have a preset guide route. So we will know like what we want to see. For example, if we go to the National Gallery London, we'll see like there are 3 or maybe 4 possible routes provided by different time frame. For example, I have like half hour, here's a painting you should see, the must-see painting. And if you have an hour, they'll be like adding a few bit more. But is that what we actually want to see, what the audience really want to see? The answer may be not. So maybe like if the audience want to take an easy way to use the existing rude, that's okay. But what if they already saw that painting and now they have an hour and want to explore something really, really interested? So this is when the recommendation system will work. I hope that's answered your question. And like, how can we measure the experience? We can't. It's always a problem about the audience study. So we know what they tell us. We know they say they like the Van Goghs, but their behavior say differently. Their behavior told me like they like Turner, they like Monet, but their answer doesn't say that. So there are definitely some factor like museum or maybe influence that, but can we say that's only because of museum? Maybe not. Maybe they take a really long time to see the Turner because it's like large painter, and also it's really hard to identify what is in that painting. So still things different, yeah. I hope this answers your questions.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Do you want to add something? No. Oh, okay. So, any other question? It seems there is no questions.
Hi, thank you. This is Hannah Thompson. I really like the idea of the guidance, the recommendation system. And I wanted to ask you about cost. So I'm thinking about museums, kind of limited resources. How much would it cost to use this? And are there ways of I don't know. How would museums be able to afford it? I guess is my question.
This is a really good question. Like, how much the museum need to pay to use, or even they need to develop the system. So it's really hard to say. It actually depends on your data, on how many experts you have, and what kind of function you want. You only want recommendation, or you want the chatbot afterwards. If you want chatbot, like another cost. So I won't say it's cheap, and I won't say it's really affordable for every museum. It's definitely expensive because it's still new technology. So it's actually only a conception. But there are some museums that do that, like Central Pompidou. They not do the recommendation system, they do the chatbot. So you just scan the QR code, then there's like online chatting, and you can ask him questions, but also only in the basic side, so not that deep. And I actually do a little calculation. So if you have like around 2,000 objects, and it will cost like I say like more than 10,000 pounds. So that's really, and that's the starting point. You need to test it and not calculate like you need your audience to test it and you need to test in the system and everything. It's expensive, but I hope in the like upcoming future, like this technology will be cheaper because the AI, even the ChatGPT, you know, like you can write coding with the ChatGPT. So that's maybe reduce the price of making this one. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, please pass the microphone.
Thank you. This question is for our colleague in Iran, Jasmine. And I'm very curious for you to share with us a little bit more about the relationships, how you're building the relationships with the people who are coming to your workshops, and what is your strategy to maintain these relationships in collaboration with integrity?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you for your question. So at the first series of workshops, it kind of started more of a like open call to anybody who is interested. So it absorbed mostly like younger designers who are interested to kind of, you know, become maybe participant in museum design. But we are also kind of leaning towards maybe finding future audiences and also now expanding more to kind of go to younger generations for actually the next steps. Like engaging more with the schools to do like shorter workshops. So it's really like a long process of, the first one we had about 40 in person and about 100 online participants. And then the second series we had about 70 in person and 150 online. So it's just like a little by little growing kind of network. And of course, the first group stays in the network. Yeah, so like we are. It's really like trying to reach out within the networks to as many people as possible, but keeping them in the network and growing it in every step. So it's a very slow process, and I think that's the main challenge of anything that starts to become about community-based thinking, is how this relationship is made. So I think this is a great question, and that's why we thought that sharing just the process of where we are right now would be interesting, even though it's not about necessarily the final results.
Okay, thank you. Sorry?
Can you ask, do you pay them? Is there any compensation to these people?
So yes, we pay them. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, good. That's good. Thank you.
Yeah. We have to pay, so there's no way.
To all these 100 people?
No, some of them, yeah. Yeah, some of them we have to pay to, some of them, yeah, not all of them, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't hear that question.
Oh,
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't have a microphone for a follow-up. And my question was like, are you compensating somehow to all these participants in the workshops, online or in person? Like
It
paying
depends,
them or
like
giving
many
something?
of the experts. Yeah. So it depends. Many of the experts are volunteering to do this. So some of them, are getting compensated, but yeah, it really depends. But of course, like I think for many people, it's more like an opportunity that they just want to learn about the process. So like, it's kind of like an educational journey as well. So it's more about maybe compensating some of the experts and then letting other people to take part.
So more like professional development for those who are participating.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also, I think, it's more about the purpose of creating a network, right? So it's not necessarily a classroom that somebody is getting paid to teach somebody, or like that you're getting paid, to do something. That's why the volunteer spirit actually is pretty important. That let's gather together, think about climate, think about Iran and what's happening in terms of climate change in Iran, and like really get excited to maybe think about action items, right? So I think for most of the people who are participating, that hasn't become kind of the main kind of factor, and that's kind of the spirit of the program as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So is there any other questions?
Hi, it's Vijita from the National Science Museum in Thailand. I'm wearing, I'm 160 centimeter height, and black hair, kind of weaving, and wearing the black dress and also blue jacket. I would like to think about the using engagement of the visitor visiting the museum as like a science story, and also it's very inspiring when you present about the chatbot in the art gallery, and it might be another kind of useful information that I used to see the research asking the very young children to bring their camera and entering in the museum and took a photo. And then after that, we talk about what kind of the lens that the very young visitors see and what is the conversation they would like to talk about what they seen in the museum. And it might be another kind of like when mapping with the art gallery. it might be a kind of like a useful guideline because science, the story of science, magnetic, robotic, and also a lot of like information that we need to learn about the engaging the interactive exhibition, like from the Mexican Science Museum. And for the art gallery, it might be another story when we need to see what kind of like emotion we bring to the museum today on that day, because every single visit has different, feedback or different kind of feeling. And I wonder if you think about many collecting a lot of visitor emotional looking at the painting, and then mapping with the lot of data and mapping with the AI, machine learning, and then you might see that the recommendation of like what you feel today, mapping to the information that if you feel sad, might see in this painting, and it might be another, kind of like a visitor guide. And if you feel very, turbulent, you might see tonal picture very, very, consistent with your emotion on those days. And that is my recommendation.
Okay, thank you for your comments. So do you want to add something?
Yes, definitely. So as you said, every museum are different, but the key is the narrative. And I really like the approach of like asking children to bring camera and see what they like. So this is like I don't want to say like similar approach, but we want to do the similar thing. So like to see what audience really like, and because of machine learning and large language model, so they'll be trained more specific to your need. It was definitely at beginnings, but like, no, that's not what I want to see. I don't like that. I don't like that. It's a waste of time. But after a period of time, we also like, oh, I really want to see this. It's really nice. So this is what this recommendation system and the chatbot want to achieve. And yeah, and I know the science gallery like more interactive, like so many fun, like interactive things. So. So different museums have different approach, and we definitely need to change the focus, or maybe like to adjust it a little bit once applied on different kind of museum. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Yo, we have time, so yeah, we have more than three minutes time. So if there is any question. Okay, if there isn't any question, please join me to thank our speaker. Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you, Yasaman. So you can continue to sleep.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so the next part of this session, we will have 3 presentations, 2 inside and 1 online. So let me invite our first speaker, Valery Saltykov from Finland.
So
the second speaker for this part is Tia Fins. Welcome.
yes, thank you. We're both here. So hello everybody. My name is Valery. I am a tall, middle-aged Caucasian male with a short, dark hair wherever it still grows, a small dark goatee, relatively large glasses, dark suit, purple-ish shirt. And I'm perhaps feeling slightly nervous currently. So we bring you greetings from the Finnish Aviation Museum. Do virtual exhibitions compete with traditional ones in an increasingly digital-oriented world? Can virtual services reach audiences that cannot or would not otherwise access the museum? And does virtual museum content reach new audiences and focus groups in general? Here are 3 questions that we were pondering around a year ago as we launched our first major scale virtual exhibition. And now me and my colleague are going to give you a short case study on the project and its background and the results so far. And we try to keep this as an honest case study and less of a overly positive marketing talks. But first, a few words about our museum. So we are from the Finnish Aviation Museum, as said, and our task is to preserve and present the aviation history in Finland. We are, by the Finnish standards, a small to medium size, professionally run, private, foundation-based museum. We're located in Vantaa, which is in the Helsinki metropolitan area, right next to the Helsinki airport. So if you've ever happened to be around, do pay us a visit. We have also been appointed as a museum with national responsibilities by the Ministry of Education and Culture. This is a term in the Finnish museum legislation, meaning that we have certain additional nationwide responsibilities and also that we get a slightly higher allowance from the ministry than sort of regular museums. As such, we have, among others, a legal obligation to provide nationwide or nationally accessible museum services. We've so far developed various digital services from YouTube videos to online guided tours, digitally published content and so forth, so that people, regardless of where in Finland they live, might access our museum and its services. Next, I'd like to speak a few words of the relatively new digimuseo.fi, or digital museum platform. This platform was launched in 2020, and it is run by a private enterprise. It's run by a profit-making company, but one that is owned by the Finnish Museums Association and the John Nurminen Foundation, so it's owned by non-profit organizations. And the idea of this platform is to be a form of a Netflix of museums. So it gathers the digital content of Finnish museums into one place and makes it available regardless of time and place. The content can be either free of charge or it can be paid. So in theory, it provides a means for the museums to create new revenue. So far, we have 17 museums that have joined the exhibition with 27 published virtual exhibitions. So, as a museum with national responsibilities and wanting to spearhead the development of digital museum services, we joined the platform in 2022. Our exhibition, On the Wing of the DC-3, describes the history of post-war air traffic and military aviation, focusing on the iconic Douglas DC-3 airliner. For us, this was a sort of a small to medium scale project, and it was concluded in a very tight schedule. So we got a grant in December 2021 to join the platform, and we negotiated with the service provider, and in April we made the contract, and in June the exhibition was already published. This project was a joint project, so we conducted it in cooperation with the Finnish Aviation Museums Association, one of our stakeholders, and the Finnish Air Force Museum, which is another aviation-themed specialized museum in Finland. Our objective was to use the virtual environment to provide the visitors something that was not possible in the physical exhibition, which is to see the inside of this iconic aircraft. As Emily pointed out in yesterday's presentation, the DC-3 is not accessible in itself. And also due to conservation issues, we don't allow visitors to enter the aircraft in our exhibition. But we wanted to make it possible in the virtual exhibition. So we ended up combining the two technologies that is provided by the Digital Museum platform. A 3D gallery with 360 interior photographs. And we also ordered a tailored Cisco WebEx system with the exhibition so that we can provide virtual tours inside it, of which Tia will soon speak more of. But here is how it looks. This is a view from the 3D gallery. Here's a model of Aeros, or present-day Finnair's DC-3 in the model, in the center of the gallery. You can walk around it virtually, and there's additional content on the walls of this exhibition hall. And if you walk around the aircraft, you can click the door to enter inside. So no stairs needed here. And then you entered a 360 view from the inside of the aircraft. And it also has hotspots with additional content inside. They don't show in this photograph. We also pictured two separate aircraft for this exhibition. So this picture is from our DC-3, which is a civilian airliner. But by clicking the button, you can also switch into the Air Force Museum's military transport plane. And now some about the pedagogics.
Thank you, Valeri. My name is Tia Fines, and I'm a relatively tall white female, white. Right now, I can understand why most speakers yesterday used the term pink rather than white. I have brown, curly or wavy hair. I'm wearing black pants, black t-shirt, gray jacket. My t-shirt has flying birds on it, as I do work in an aviation museum. And yeah, as Valeri said, as the museum educator or the curator of educational services at the Finnish Aviation Museum, I'm here to tell you a little bit about our pedagogical point of view to this exhibition. I believe that it is, first of all, a very accessible way to reach our content. I mean, it does not solve all the issues with accessibility, but if you visit it on your own, it does not cost you anything. Any one of you can visit it and see all the content. You don't need to travel anywhere to explore it, and you can use it on almost whichever device you're already familiar with, as long as it has a working internet connection. A guided tour, which we usually offer for a cost, combines this exhibition and its accessible features with the ability to interact with the museum professional directly, despite where your geographical location, for example, is. And let's not forget that the digital exhibition has also potential to get audiences intrigued about our themes and so inspire visits to our physical museum as well. Valeri mentioned that the exhibition was opened in the summer of 2022, so as part of the opening ceremonies, we offered a free guided tour to the exhibition, as well as during the Finnish Museum Association's theme week, the following autumn in October, we offered a similar opportunity for school groups to explore the exhibition for free. Both tours provided us with valuable experience on how to work with the technical side of organizing these tours. And in the fall of 2022 as well, the Digital Museum itself hosted a competition on its social media platforms where the winner was able to choose a free guided tour to an exhibition of their choice. And lucky for us, they chose our exhibition for this tour. And then in the spring of 2023, the Finnish Aviation Museum, along with 3 other Finnish museums, the Turku Museum Center, Forum Marinum Maritime Center, and Sarka, the National Museum of Agriculture in Finland, all with content published on the Digital Museum platform, participated in a pilot run by the service provider. Here on the slide you can see a screenshot of this campaign, and there's also a little bit of preview of what kind of content did the other museums provide in this pilot for the schools. Additional before and after tours, after tour tasks were also offered to a total of 50 schools all around the country. The service provider contacted the staff and did a lot of work to promote the campaign. The aim was to make the service more known among schools and to gain feedback from teachers and students, as we all agreed that schools were and still are a very important customer of all of our pedagogical services, and we wanted to hear how to make these services even better and more relevant. The results of the pilot did not entirely meet our expectations, as only 1 tour was booked out of these 50 schools. But lucky for us, the sole tour was booked in our exhibition. According to the feedback gained from the teachers, most of them were interested in this service, but the campaign was executed in April, which was poorly timed and a little too late for the teachers to plan for the field trip season, which in Finland is in May because schools start their summer holidays on the first weekend of June. Sorry, too many things to do and only 2 hands. So in this autumn of 2023, we approached assisted living facilities with a campaign offering a guided tour in the exhibition. Residents in assisted living are likely to be affected by different kinds of issues with mobility, but still have great need and appreciation for cultural services. Even if they were able to visit the museum in person, they might not be able to climb aboard the aircraft, in which case the virtual tour might in many ways offer them a more accessible experience than a traditional museum visit to an aviation museum. The campaign is still ongoing, but so far only 1 tour has been organized.
So, some conclusions so far. So far, our exhibition has attracted around 1,000 unique visitors and 1,500 page views. And this, as a result, is okay. In total, the Digital Museum exhibitions have, in the same time frame, attracted around 50,000 visits in total. However, if you compare this with the physical museum visits, in 2022, the Finnish museums attracted a total of over 7 million visitors. And our museum attracted 42,000. So far, the digital museum visitors are still a pale comparison compared to the physical visitors. The virtual tours are still struggling to find their customers. And so far, business-wise, the income of the tours is far from covering its own costs, let alone providing any significant business opportunities. So far, this is an investment for better accessibility. We don't have an awful lot of user feedback. Neither us nor the service provider have gathered it in any systematic way. What we've had is generally positive. However, at this point, I'd like to give a shout out to our colleagues at the Maritime Museum in Turku, the Forum Marinum. They are also a member of the platform, and they have conducted a survey on their virtual exhibitions as part of the Baltic Museum's Resilience project, and our colleagues Tuomas and Heidi kindly allowed us to share their insights. Their results suggest that the users of virtual exhibitions are mostly traditional museum aficionados who visit the museums anyway, and they mostly expect to see the same content in the virtual world as they would in the physical exhibitions. Thus, it would seem that so far the virtual exhibitions have not yet reached new target audiences. It should also be noted that so far the exhibitions and services on the platform have mostly been marketed primarily for the Finnish audiences. The virtual services could, of course, potentially reach people across the globe, but it requires marketing efforts.
Last slide. So, according to the current plan, we will in the future focus our virtual services primarily on this digital museum platform. For example, a virtual tour of our physical museum can be organized on the platform with a little help of pre-recorded videos. The existing content and services will be developed further with the aim to increase awareness and the volume of users. Some new content can be added to the exhibition, making it more relatable, in a lack of a better word, for the general public. For example, stories and images relating to the history of air travel. Even though our audiences might be too young to have traveled with the DC-3s themselves, most of them have had some experience in traveling with modern commercial airliners, and will be able to see how much has changed in the experience of traveling by air. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And here's a QR code, a link to the exhibition. Have a look.
Thanks, Valerie. Thanks, Tia. Okay, and our next presenter is from Korea, Hoo-Sung Kim, an independent researcher, curator.
Okay. 안녕하세요. Hello. Bonjour. Hola. I'm Hoo-Sung Kim. I'm 170, like Hector. Where's Hector? Yeah. And a yellow complexion and black eye. Yeah. I'm sure you have come across this praise so many times in this kind of conference, but I'm joining the tradition. Thank you for giving me a chance to present here. Today we are talking about the museum accessibility, and I hope my talk will keep you engaged and prompt interesting discussion, much like the beautiful Korean autumn around us. Okay. Now let's dive. And as a side note, I generate all the images used in this presentation using AI. Except with exception of one. Okay, in this presentation, the term accessibility improvement refers to the act of eliminating physical or psychological barriers, aiming to provide an exceptional customer experience. Yes, while challenges for high maintenance visitors exist in our museum world, but it's called for us to reassess our perception of new tools. In this presentation, I will explore a new digital frontier by leveraging AI and the fictional universe. I will suggest how these technological tools can improve museum accessibility and foster a better relationship with visitors. In 2022, ChatGPT's success significantly impacted the emergence of image-generative AI, such as DALL-E, Midjourney, Firefly, and Stable Diffusion. This table encapsulates the key feature, pros, and cons of these major image creators. Stable Diffusion, an open source AI, stands out as it allows fine-tuning, unlike the other image-generative AIs. Users can train the AI with specific images to generate new creation. The images on the right illustrate this process. Let's look at an example concerning the fine-tuning of Stable Diffusion. The artworks on the screen are by Shin Yun-bok, one of the famous Korean painter, renowned for his genre painting in 18th century Korea. Having been trained on Shin Yun-bok's distinctive style, Stable Diffusion can generate various images in similar style. I generated the following images using the pre-trained model for Stable Diffusion. Yeah, as demonstrated on the screen, by merely entering a prompt, image can be created within 1 minute. Or, yeah, this style is also possible. Or even simple video clip. Okay, I conducted one more test. Upon entering a prompt, just like a mute swan in a dress and sunglasses sitting in an airplane cockpit, only Stable Diffusion could generate the essence of Shin Yun-bok's painting style, unlike the other three. By effectively employing Stable Diffusion in museum, a visitor can more easily craft their own stories using the museum's collection, thereby improving the accessibility of museum contents. Okay, this table is about the estimated cost for implementation I have calculated. Okay. Yep. Generative AI, I mentioned, demonstrated the potential of digital technology in enhancing real contents. On the flip side, the concept of fictional universe grounded in a rich narrative presents an analog-centric approach. The emphasis here is on weaving an overarching narrative rather than merely focusing on individual program. With the establishment of such a narrative framework in the museum, the participant can find themselves more deeply immersed and engaged. They navigate through the program's playful elements and thereby eliminating psychological barrier within this imaginative universe, just like this. The glowing circle around these participating students in the program is known as the magic circle or the threshold. To step into this circle, a willing suspension of disbelief is required. Key elements for suspension of disbelief include fidelity, fiction contracts, and psychological safety, among others. Considering the magic circle's importance and museum's resources limits, my strategy emphasizes first, utilizing technology for engaging storytelling. Second, collaborating with actors. Third, combining technology and actors to effectively create and manage the fictional universe within Magic Circle. From the onset of program development, 5 actors teamed up with tech firm to craft narrative. As the initiative progressed, they evolved into engagement trigger and program facilitators. Yeah. While some museums use actors as museum theater, but the actors in this program served not just as content interpreter, but as program coordinators and guard maintaining the magic circle. As a result, Kochon Memorial Hall, where I worked, began developing the 3 series from 2016 and continue to operate them. And I bring one video clip is about our second series titled The Farm Inc., released in 2018. As Farm Inc. Operates is a kind of a human-scale monopoly and intertwining the digital and the physical elements. It orchestrates a various journey where teams of 4 and 5 individuals collaborate to navigate the path toward becoming the CEO of a pharmaceutical company. In this program, participants are cast as a new employee of company, and while the actors are setting the role of the mentor to this new employee with ambition. Like this. this table is about the cost for development and operation for Palm Inc. Since 2018. Okay, thank you for your attention and the engagement. Yeah.
Thank you, Osan. Our next presentation is a recorded video from China.
Hello, everyone. I'm Zhang Na from Research and Design Department, Guangdong Science Center. Thank you very much for providing me this chance to present and communicate. First of all, I would like to introduce our institute. Guangdong Science Center is located at Guangzhou, China. It opened to the public since 2008 and has been the largest. Giving me this chance to present and communicate. First of all, I would like to introduce our institute. Guangdong Science Center is located at Guangzhou, China. It opened to the public since 2008 and has been the largest science center museum of Guinness World Records in 2018. There are 13 permanent galleries with over 700 exhibits, 4 science theaters, and an outdoor exploration park. By interactive exhibitions and informal science education activities, it empowers the audience to acquire knowledge, methods, thinking, and spirits of science and technology. Honorably, our exhibition projects Guangdong Drug and Food Experience Hall and Injecting Hope Traveling Exhibition have been nominated by CIMUSET Awards last year and this year. So here is a video of our institute celebrating its 15-year birthday last month. We can have a look together.
食物会让你想到什么？一个自然数，月圆的日子，神舟15号。而在广东科学中心，食物又意味着什么？15秒的刹那，无数个为什么在脑海里闪现，好奇开始萌芽。15分钟。在神奇的科学海洋中遨游，探索知识的边界。15小时，我们聆听、分享、思考、探讨，从科学的王国中发现答案。15天，知识被剖析。重塑、呈现，让科学艺术变得可触摸、可体验。无数个瞬间汇聚成广东科学中心的15年。时间让科学的种子茁壮成长。将来这里会更加精彩，让我们一起亲近科学，拥抱未来。
Okay, so let's come back to my thesis on accessibility. Accessibility is ability to reach. Science and Technology Museum's accessibility is reflected in its location's arrivability, facilities usability, access and environments, participability, and penetrability. Visiting Science and Technology Museum is an aesthetic behavior. The process of audience visiting a science and technology museum is a process of aesthetic experience involving a spiritual activity developing from encounter to becoming. By its exhibit and environment, Science and Technology Museum is able to access the audience body through central organs, penetrate the flesh to the mind, to influence the psyche and make changes possible, to enhance and improve accessibility with science and technology. It is appropriate to design exhibits according to phenomenology so that it can effectively access more deeper layers of the audience, from sensually, mentally, psychologically to spiritually. Science exhibitions aim to stimulate scientific interest, popularize scientific knowledge, and inspire scientific ideas and spirits. The construction and operation of science exhibitions in China are basically in line with the third-generation science center mode in the West, commonly referred to as the Science and Technology Museum. Currently, the design practice of science popularization exhibitions in China generally apply hands-on or interactive concepts to initiate public experiences and enhance the effectiveness of science communication. However, the learning experience of science exhibitions is not just manifested in interactive and operative systems. The audience need a more in-depth and complete embodied, embedded, and extended experience process to achieve the science education goals. Based on the theory of embodied cognition, a deep analysis of the relationship between body as a media to exhibitions can be carried out to construct an exhibition design approach that includes a perception, interaction, mapping, and meaning construction layer. Inspired by Deleuze's Barraqueau's allegory, we propose a frame of engagement, exploration, explanation, empathy, elaboration as an exhibit developing frame to strengthen science and technology museums' accessibility. When an audience encounters a qualified exhibit, he or she is able to be engaged by the represented but defamiliarized phenomena, initiating eyes-on and ears-on science learning, and is shifted from a spectator to a participant. Curiosity will be stimulated due to the gap of cognition. The audience can explore the science principle by interaction with the audience, initiating hands-on and minds-on inquiry-based science learning, and is shifted from a participant to explorer and learner. Events such as scientist's story in the process of disclosing the science principle behind the phenomena is narrated and explained to trigger the hearts-on empathy that is the highest mode of science learning. The audience is thus shifted from a learner to a reader. Moreover, elaboration by application is designed to complete a cycle learning process. The audience is thus shifted from a learner to a practitioner to use the very scientific knowledge, method, mind, and spirit to solve real-world problems. This frame integrates the two rules of understanding world. One is in Prometheus' way, that is to disclose the world to obtain the scientific truth in exploration, explanation, and elaboration steps. The other is in Orpheus' way, that is to mediate the world to obtain the aesthetic truth in the empathy step. Guangdong Science Center has made a variety of effective efforts in solidating its accessibility in all the aspects mentioned above. For instance, we make efforts in building the Guangdong Science Center metro station to solve the long-term denunciation of the institute traffic inconvenience, adding maternal room to make it more friendly to mothers with babies. Moreover, this frame has been applied in guiding its math and physics galleries renovation. In the mass exhibiting zone, scientific principles display is displayed. Science is a way to disclose the laws of nature. Step by step, we select these familiar phenomena from the nature to attract the audience attention, design series of interactive devices to invite the audience to explore the laws behind the phenomena, narrate the relative scientist story, put forward the scientific principle, and set real-world problems waiting for the audience to solve. As a result, the scattered exhibits with the same theme is gathered to form a group of exhibits to represent the phenomena, stimulate the exploration process, narrating the science story, illustrating the laws, and providing the real-world application. In this way, we upgrade the exhibiting concepts of fundamental science in Science and Technology Museum, design and manufacture the exhibit accordingly to give birth to a new fundamental science gallery. So here is a more concrete example. When we display the relationship between electric and magnetic, we started by the magnetic lines as a phenomena to stimulate the audience curiosity. Then we followed with an electromagnetic induction experiment device for the audience to explore the lore. Finally, we display the generator and motor as the real-world application to show how the principles used in real-world scenarios. All these related exhibits form a group to enhance their accessibility to the audience. Okay, that's all for my presentation. Waiting for the further communication later on, and sincerely hope to cooperate with international design companies and museums in the future. See you.
Okay, thank you very much. So the time for discussion. So let me to invite Valerie, Tia, and Hossam. Please. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. So if there is any question, please raise your hand. Well, as usual, Diego. Okay.
Thank you. So first, thank you for sharing all this fantastic experience with us. I'd like to ask for Valerie and Tia, if you left a sentence that provoked me, so I got very intrigued. You said no stairs here. So I would like to ask, what are you doing for accessibility online? What are your provisions? Are you planning to do any accessible strategy in the online environment? Did you already test your platform for accessibility, for navigation, for screen readers? Is it providing audio description, multiple languages, sign language? And also, did you test the online on the phone and online on the computer? Some questions that are important to do now, because I've already seen huge projects and very expensive ones to be like restarted all over again when discovered it wasn't accessible. Maybe it's time to refresh.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you for the question. As I noted, this was a project that was concluded in a super tight schedule. So with all honesty, in that time frame, we did not have that much time to think about it. So that is, I know this isn't the best way to do things in the means of accessibility, that we first put out the exhibition and then we start pondering of how to make it perhaps more digitally accessible. But that is how it's going to be. So that is what we are going to do. Now we are trying to get some user feedback, some better user feedback, and develop the service and develop the content into the direction that the feedback points us.
Thank you. Diego?
Well, I'd like to congratulate all participants, and but I have to. Actually, it's more of a reflection to share with Valerie and Tia, but I would like to hear your feedback. And congratulate you by not only the execution of the virtual exhibition, but also the research. But I was reflecting if you are not like posing wrong questions about our virtual exhibitions. What I mean, the situation where we are right now, remember me very much the history of the cinema. When the first movies were released, they were basically theater, they were filmed. And for a long time, that was, I mean, most of what were like made in the movie industry. And with the time, we know that cinema now is totally different from theater. We don't expect when we go to the cinema to see like a theater that's filmed. We still film theaters. There is still like filmed theaters. I have never heard of any blockbuster that were filmed like that. And no one expects to do a blockbuster like that, and no one expects to generate revenue with results like that. So trying to get this to our field, I mean, I'm pretty sure there is plenty of cultural heritage diffusion and science communication that we can make online. I'm not quite sure that just like doing like 3D virtual tours from an exhibition that could be physical, I see a lot of value there, but I don't see this like something that would replace the physical experience of being in the exhibition. And also doing another analogy, there are a lot of virtual tours of cities in the world, and I have never heard anyone not deciding not to go on a trip because they couldn't do it online by Google Map. And I just said that, I'm not saying that you shouldn't do virtual exhibition. I'm not quite sure if I'm doing the right questions about it, if that's really something that we expect to be equivalent of a blockbuster exhibition or having a similar experience as you do in our physical museums. That's more of reflection to hear from you.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point, and that is something that we have also discussed a lot of what is the role of the virtual exhibition in a museum content, and should it be sort of thought of something that could replace the the physical museum, or something that can support the museum and sort of perhaps fill in some gaps that the physical exhibition cannot provide. But also what I think that perhaps virtual users are not the same people that necessarily visit museums, and so if we really aim to make virtual content successful, we need to find those people who are really into the the virtual content, and maybe in that case we can use the virtual content to guide them perhaps to our physical museums.
Okay, thank you. That's one.
My question is for the Finnish Aviation Museum team. First, I would like to thank you for giving us an insight into the DigiMuseum platform. I actually personally didn't know about this platform, though I follow the Finnish museums regularly, and particularly Heureka, which is headed by Mr. Mikko, and earlier by the iconic Dr. Pele, who is very well known to us actually. So I just went through the platform while you were giving the demonstration here, and I saw that most probably Heureka is not part of the platform, the DigiMuseum platform. So you also just said that your museum had a physical footfall of 42,000, while 7 billion physical footfall total, and your museum had a footfall about 42,000. Now, my question is like, why didn't you invest, since your museum is a relatively new museum, why didn't you go for more investment in your physical place in the museum rather than going for the digital platform right now, and how much the other museums are actually popularizing the platform in total, because their contribution is currently also left out. That will make the platform a lively place altogether. So these two questions, if you could answer me. One is how much the other museums are actually making the platform popular, and why didn't you go for more physical attributes, more physical exhibits in your museum rather than going for the digital platform? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. I'll first answer the second question about the platform and why are the other museums are not contributing to the marketing of the platform. That is a good question, and I think as said, the entire platform is still relatively new, and it is still a work in progress. As said, so far only 17 museums have joined. Finland has a total of around 200 professional museums and around 1,000 museums in total. So the percentage that have actually joined the platform is still quite low, but it is steadily increasing, and hopefully as we get more volume, we also get more people interacted with the platform, and hopefully that will also trickle to all the exhibitions and all the content in the virtual platform. And as for why are we not engaging more in increasing our physical customers, well, we actually are, and this was sort of a side project for us. So we are actually in the middle of a major renovation project. We should be rebuilding our entire museum into a whole new premises and rebuild our exhibitions and rebuild our services and an entire museum concept in the near future. But that's a bit off topic in relation to this virtual exhibition, so I deliberately sort of left it out from this presentation.
Sorry, I'll just add, Valery is head of exhibitions, so he's in charge of these questions, but I just want to add from the educational side of the virtual museums that I know, for example, the National Museum of Finland, who's not on the digital museum platform, has very successfully arranged virtual tours in their physical exhibition for school groups, particularly because there are a group, at least in Finland, where long distances affect where they can go for a visit, and then obviously the National Museum of Finland is relevant to all children who go to school in Finland, because the curriculum is the same regardless of whether you not live in the north or 1,000 kilometers south. So, but I feel like post-COVID world, it's still forming a little bit of what kind of virtual services do people want, what kind of cultural services they want online, because there was a long time, several years, especially in the children's lives, where virtual services, digital services were all that were available. But that after now that culture is available for us in a different way, it remains to be seen, I think, still, that how that's going to turn out. But there are many aspects to the digital museum that I hope that will get better, the technical side of it, and all these issues with accessibility. That we do have 2 languages at the moment. We have Finnish and English, but we would be happy to produce more if we had the resources. But one reason why we joined this platform was the fact that it is joined by many Finnish museums, and we felt like the technical support that we don't have to create our own platforms or anything like that we can join the resources of the Finnish museums and try to solve these issues together. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah.
Thank you. I'm Jisoo from the Jungkook Prehistory Museum, and I want to ask a question to Tia and Valerie. And in Korea, we also make a lot of platform to give us exhibition by online, but it is hard to reach for people to reach the new platform because there is many platform like YouTube and Netflix, like there's many. So could you tell me any marketing detail to reach the new platform like Finland one?
I would really love to know the answer to that question. Yeah, that's perhaps that's also one of the reasons why we wanted to join this joint platform, because we hope and we believe that at least in the Finnish content, it will be a sort of a major player, which hopefully the customers will become aware of, and so that spares us the marketing effort to publish our individual exhibition and future content. So if the people are already on that platform. I know that the digimuseo.fi does have some competition, both domestic and international competition, so it's not the only platform out there for virtual exhibitions. And this is a bit of an issue, I think this because I believe that if museums spread out around various platforms or so, it might do against everyone. But unfortunately, I have no better answer for your question. So I just rather than just hoping and believing that focusing and cooperation will help in the way.
Okay, thank you. Oh, we have time for more questions and comments. If there is any, we have enough time. Yeah.
네. 저는 김호산 박사. I have a question for Dr. Kim. 김호산 박사.
During your presentation, you talked about the suspension of disbelief. I think that expression was quite fascinating. What do you believe is the disbelief of the visitors and the disbelief of the museum experts? So could you share your opinions on the disbelief?
Thank you for asking in Korean, so I will answer in Korean.
So can you repeat your question, please, again in Korean? Is it okay? Because I'm using this translator. So let's repeat the question because.
She asked.
네.
So when we think of AI and other technologies for immersion, you talked about the suspension of disbelief in your presentation. That expression was in your presentation. So for the suspension of disbelief, that really is very important for accessibility. I do believe that in order to have emerging experiences for the visitors, suspension of disbelief is very important. And so to make it more immersive, you may think this is one way to boost immersiveness. And so I think there could be a gap between the disbelief of the visitors and the disbelief of the museum experts. So this question is to Dr. Kim on what he believes are the disbelief of the visitors and the disbelief of the museum experts.
Which is better for you? Okay, Korean. Okay.
In my presentation, I use the word disbelief, and when I use that word, it was about the disbelief of a universe that we are unfamiliar with. So if we are to jump into a universe that feels unfamiliar, we need a trigger to make that jump. One of the bias that we have is that technology is almighty. So when we develop a technology, we tend to think that everyone will love that technology. Because we developed this great technology, we tend to believe that people will love it. And I wanted to talk about how that could be an illusion. So the visitors who came to participate in your program or the visitors to your museum, they are ready to jump into your universe, but we need a trigger to cue that jump. And I think sometimes we miss that aspect. And for the museum professionals, from what I have experienced in Korea, it seems that the museum professionals always want their visitors to learn from their exhibition and learn from their museum. They believe that if you sugarcoat something, everything will be accepted by the visitors. But what does it mean for the visitors to accept the exhibition? It may mean something very different. So if the visitors are willing to accept something, it could mean a suspension of disbelief, and that would mean taking a step into a universe that would feel unfamiliar. So if there's a program by the museum, then it would mean that they're willing to become immersed into that program. But from the museum professional perspective, they think that there is no disbelief. If I sugarcoat something, everything will be accepted by the visitors, we tend to think. And so I do believe that there is a gap between the disbeliefs of the visitors and the museum professionals. So we need to bridge that gap.
It's over. So please join me to thank our speaker again. Yeah. So, Kayon.
Thank you, everyone. We finished the morning session. Did you enjoy? Yes, always. So, yes, always. We have plenty of
Hello. Hello, everybody. So my name's Craig Middleton, and I'm a senior curator at the National Museum of Australia. I think I'm the only one from that continent. Woo! Yes! I started my career in sort of education and public programs. So when I say hello to people, I usually get a hello, Craig, back. So how about we do that? Hello, everybody. Hello, Craig. Thank you so much. But I think you could do it just a little bit louder. So hello, everybody. Hello, amazing. So yes, my name is Craig. You've got me for the next hour to be your moderator. I use he, him pronouns. I'm white, cisgendered male with tan skin, and I'm wearing a full face of makeup. And while my skin's not as beautiful as most of the Koreans I've met while I've been here, I think it does a pretty good job at smoothing out the lines. I have brown hair and 2 pink streaks from the front to the back of my head. It's kind of exciting to be able to describe myself. I'm 6 foot 1 inch high. And today I'm wearing a white button-down shirt with beautiful lace detail, a black vest, black jeans, and black boots. So I'm looking really good. Thank you. And if you couldn't tell, I'm a millennial, so I'm pretty obsessed with myself. But welcome back from lunch. I hope you're energized and excited for this next session, which is going to be fantastic. So we have 2 presentations in this session and 3 speakers. So I won't take up more of your time. I'm going to hand that over to someone else. The lovely Alison Erdley, who's a reader in psychology, cultural heritage and inclusion at the School of Social Sciences, the University of Westminster in the UK. And the title of Alison's presentation is Using Audio Description to Contribute to the Creation of Inclusive Anti-Ableist Museums. Welcome, Alison. Big round of applause.
So on. Thanks so much, Craig. Thank you, everybody, for having me, for being here. As far as I'm aware, my tasks today, my primary tasks, and I'm going to work on the first one now, are not to speak too fast, not to talk to you for the 3 hours I'd love to talk to you for, and to keep you all awake. So those are my, if I've achieved those things at the end, I'll be doing well. Okay, so what I want to start with is my terminology, just so you know terms I'm using, why I'm using them. The first one, audio description, is in the UK the term we use for what in the US is often called a visual. It's visual description or what do they call it? Sometimes it's not visual description, it's a visual translation, I think. Anyway, but the point is that there's different terms in the UK and in the US, and I think around the world, for understanding the same concept. And in the UK, we use audio description basically to describe all forms of description of content, sometimes visual, sometimes tactile, but into language. The other thing I just want to say is that I'm going to be using blind and partially blind because essentially it's grounded in the idea that we shouldn't be defining people based on something they might lack compared to an assumed majority. And so those are the reasons why I'm using that term. And the other thing I wanted to just mention is inclusive design. So I use inclusive design, but actually really what I'm talking about is anti-exclusive design. So I'm not using inclusive design to think about how we can do things to include people within a majority offer. I'm thinking about how we can design from the base point that doesn't exclude people. And I'm just going to say that my preference is I'm not massively keen on the term universal design because there is no such thing as universal design. There is no one size fits all. And so I personally prefer inclusive design because it acknowledges that we're trying to design for a broad range of people without suggesting that there can be a one-size-fits-all. And the one other thing I did want to mention, so at the workshop, because my background training is cognitive psychology, so I sometimes refer to people almost by default as participants, because in thinking of the people who kind of get involved in the research that I'm doing. And I just wanted to throw out there, personally, I'm not massively keen on the word visitors in terms of thinking about museums, because visitors suggests it's a word that basically describes that people who come in for a fleeting amount of time, they're invited in for a certain amount of time, they stay, there's often a formality involved, and then they leave again. And I would suggest that the museum sector, thinking something about participants is a perhaps better way of thinking about the people who come into your museum. But I just thought I'd throw that out there. Okay, so I'm primarily talking to you about audio description in museums. And I'm just going to ask a question. How many of you have ever listened to an audio description? So quite a few people. So just what I should say is audio description, as in this room, I think, you know, it's a conference about accessibility and inclusion. So I know I'm speaking to people who are kind of more aware, but audio description is different from an audio guide because an audio guide is standardly created with an assumed sighted audience, and it gives context or factual information. There might be a little bit of mentioning a visual item in there, but it doesn't describe. Whereas an audio descriptive guide, it's traditionally been called visual to verbal translation. Again, I have a massive problem with that because it doesn't have to be visual to verbal. It could be tactile to verbal. It could be olfactory or smell to verbal. It can be any sense to verbal, and we shouldn't assume that it has to be visual. Or it could be multisensory. But also the describer is standardly somebody who is sighted. And it's often also thought of from a kind of neutral or objective perspective. And when we think about neutral, I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about that in a minute. Again, the traditions are slightly different certainly within Europe and in the US. Because in the US, there's a strong tradition of what you know, what you say is what you see. This idea that it's very much an objective or a completely neutral form of communication. Whereas in the UK and Europe, the tradition is already slightly more, it allows a little bit more subjectivity and a little bit more interpretation. I should say these are the two countries I primarily researched from this perspective, and so I hope this room is full of people from all around the world, so forgive me for the fact that I'm just using these two as the comparison for the starting point, but at least they give us a basic idea that that we know that around the world there are differences, and that's what I wanted to acknowledge. And so the other thing about audio description is that it's almost always produced after an exhibition has been created. So it's an add-on almost always. It's not embedded in the process of exhibition creation. And so who is it standardly created for? It's normally created for basically to enhance access for people who are blind, coming to museums, galleries, or cultural heritage. And it's often live or it can be recorded. So what I wanted to tell you about is 3 projects or 3 bits of research that we've been working on, which challenge the notion of traditional audio description and challenge the way in which it's standardly been done. So my challenge is now to talk to you about those, not too fast, in the amount of time. So I'm up for this. Okay. First of the challenge that I didn't realize this was going to present these one at a time. But the first challenge I wanted to talk to you about is the assumption of the able-bodied museum visitor. Basically, and it's not museums, just to say this, it's not just museums, it's society. As society, we have an assumption about who we are. And mostly, in most societies, that assumption is limited, narrow, blinkered, and uninclusive. But we assumed that this, so just ignoring that for the moment and thinking about our standard museum visitor, we assume that that standard person can access a museum. So there is this default-based assumption that we are designing for the majority of people who have access. And that's where you get this kind of, anyway, I won't get too detailed by that. I'm going to keep focused. So basically, the thing is, most visitors to exhibitions are non-diligent. So what that means is, as a sort of, the aim of a lot of museums is to create an educational, enriching environment where people are going to come and they're going to learn and they're going to, they're going to be sort of come away feeling enriched. But the reality is that most visitors are non-diligent, which means they flit. They will go in, they'll focus over here for a minute, and they'll focus over there for a minute, and then they'll kind of flit around, and actually, they'll leave sort of within an hour. They'll flit, and then they'll go. And within art, this is the other thing I should say, is that a lot of the work that I've been doing it's not been specifically with science and technology museums. However, it's applicable, essentially it's museum audiences and museum visitors or museum participants. And so one of the things I hope we'll talk about later is how these things can be adapted to be relevant and important within your museum environments. But the average time spent looking at an artwork in a museum is 20 seconds. So we talk about, we create these magnificent exhibitions and people come in and they look for 20 seconds and then they move on. That's not a memorable experience. That's a flitting of attention. And the other thing is, so this is quite a crucial thing, I think, is that what people remember about a museum visit, it's not facts, it's not information. It's the social interactions. It might be the cake they've eaten. It's kind of, it's about the people they've been with. And there might be something in there about something they've seen or experienced or heard about in a guide, but it's very rarely the facts of information. And that's because learning in museums is incidental. It's not intentional in the same way as in a classroom. And so your audience might come to learn, but they want to learn in a very, very different way. And just this is most important point, is everything I've talked about is the 50% of people who go to museums. It's not the other 50% who don't go. So audience research is not about the people who aren't there. So these are the people who actually are already invested in a museum experience. So even those people invested in a museum experience are not paying attention, basically, in the way that I think most museum professionals might hope that they would be. It's not all doom and gloom, I hasten to add, but it's just worth bearing that in mind. Okay, so this is where it's kind of like, I'm hoping that, actually, and I'm also just noting the time, so I'm going to be a bit quicker, but not speaking quicker. So in terms of artwork, expertise determines how you look. So if you know something about it, you look differently than if you don't know. The way we pay attention is crucial to how we engage with something. If we have an idea how to pay attention to something, then we can engage with it much better. But it often takes that level of interpretation, that hook, to help people to know how to get into something and how to pay attention to it. Okay, so now I'm on to the projects. So the first project I wanted to tell you about is one that I did with the Museum of London. And this project was essentially exploring, so I'm going to say this quickly, but as a psychologist, we are all interested, it's entirely interested in people and people's behavior and motivations. And the advantage of psychology is that it teaches us how to use quantitative methods that do look at people and aren't about numbers. They might use numbers, but they use numbers to understand behavior. So what we did was we basically looked at audio description. We gave sighted participants in the first study audio description, an audio guide, and nothing. And we looked to see how that impacted on their performance, their experience with an artwork. And what we found was that sighted listeners, they enjoy standard audio guide, or rather they enjoy audio description as much as they enjoy a standard audio guide. Hurrah, we don't have to give them a standard audio guide because they like an audio description too. And most importantly, the audio description enriched their ability to remember the information. So actually, it enriched their learning. So when you use audio description, what you're doing for somebody who has sight, and for somebody who's blind or partially blind, but in a different way, is guiding attention. The thing that people don't know how to unpick a drawing or a painting, you're helping them to understand how things go and where things go. And I would say, again, a difference I know between UK and US is that in the UK, context is embedded into the audio description. In the US, it tends to be more description and then context. And I would argue by embedding the context into the description, you give people a perceptual experience. They can hang on that factual information. So you enrich their ability to remember by giving them more than one way into creating that memory, basically. Okay, so I've already told you about the enjoyability. So is that the same slide? It's just suddenly looked like something. It isn't the same one, is it? But it seems to say the same thing, so I'm just going to move on to the next one, which is good, because it saves me some time. Okay, so the next, I wanted to play you this, but I did know I wouldn't have enough time, so I'm not going to. However, at the end of the presentation, there's a QR code link, which will link you to this little video. Basically, the next project I want to talk to you about is at the Chelsea Physic Garden. So the Chelsea Physic Garden was, I can't remember the year, it's 16 something or other was when it was first built. It's the second oldest botanical garden in the UK. So it's this wonderful mixture of outdoor environment, historical collection, moving, changing collection. And what we did, so this was a project that was supposed to be live AD, and then COVID happened, so it became a film instead. And what we were looking at was whether or not, how we could create an inclusive tour online. And what we did was we created a film that was grounded in the principle of audio description. So we didn't add we didn't film and then audio describe. We created an audio described tour. First of all, we looked at the garden and we tried to work out which stops would be best for multisensory description. And then we kind of drafted up what the audio description might be. Then we filmed the tour of the garden. And then we looked at the material that we had, refined the audio description, got some more shots where we were missing things that might be needed in an audio tour, and then finished. So if you watch this is not an audio described film. It's a tour with audio description that has images that are supporting, sometimes supporting. They're not all described. And again, we evaluated the impact of this on audiences and I should say we always evaluate a week, 2 weeks, a month after people have been, because the best way to understand what rests with someone is not to ask them straight away, but to leave some time in between the experience and the question, and basically then to ask them. And basically, quick, short summary was sighted participants and blind and partially blind participants enjoyed it equally. There were some differences in interest, and so our blind and partially blind participants found it more interesting. And we think probably because sighted participants are used to having just pure context, and so there was less information in there. Right, I need to move on. I know that was going to play it, but I haven't got time. So I'm going to move on quickly to the Wicked project. So the Wicked project is the workshop for inclusive co-created audio description. So one of the problems with the last project, in fact the last two projects, were the audio description. In the last one, we talked to some blind or partially blind consultant about the film, and our final edits were based on their feedback. But what we didn't do, what we should have done, is involve them from the beginning. So this work talks about co-creation, where people who are blind and partially blind are, oops, I've lost it off my screen, sorry. In fact, it's gone back to the beginning. Oh no, it's not, sorry. There we go. Where people who are blind and partially blind are involved from the offset. I'm not going to tell you all about this, except to say that Wicked is, in fact, I think I've said this, but I can't remember, workshop for inclusive co-created audio description. And key about this is it's very much a collaborative effort between museums and academics, because we can't do this without you. Nothing about you without you. Okay, so I haven't got much time, so I'm going to be a little bit quick on this. But one of the things about this project that we really wanted to unpick or dissolve was this assumption that there's an objective way of seeing anything. So as sighted people, we often assume our vision is objective. We assume that what we see is what someone else sees. So I've already talked to you about the fact that attention is different from different people, and we pay attention in different ways. But the way that we see is actually quite different too. And I'm going to have to move on quickly about this because I haven't got much time. But so this draws us down to the idea that essentially if there's no objective way of seeing, then what we need to do is embrace the subjectivity of the experience that we have. We need to acknowledge we can't communicate one truth. It doesn't exist. So if there's no one truth, let's communicate our own personal experiences. Let's enrich a description with how we experience it. And it can be enriched with how, in this it was groups of people who are blind, partially blind and sighted. It might be description enriched by experts. It might be description enriched by different protected identities. All of these perspectives are interesting, and within audio description we have the possibility to run that. I'm going to run out of time now, so my question is, can I go on for 2 more minutes to get this through? 1 more minute. 1 more minute. I'm going to be strict. Okay, so if there's no right way to experience, co-creation is for everybody. And one of our key principles was that there's no experience of or exposure. We don't need to understand audio description to be able to do audio description. Training is not needed. So we got people into co-creation groups, and they described artworks for us.
Standing in front.
That was Hannah. We can listen to that later if you want to. And basically, what we did then, so we evaluated. So the co-creation process was very much co-created with our audiences. And we then looked at how people responded to that. And the key takeaway message was that when we asked people whether they liked audio description, co-created or standard audio description, they said that they preferred, more likely to say that they preferred standard audio description. However, when we asked them what artwork they preferred, so this was done with art, they were more likely to prefer an artwork that they'd had co-created audio description. And so, although people expected in this study a standard approach, they got a more enriched experience when they had the, I would argue, because they preferred the artwork, when they had a co-created approach. So I will leave this up there for a second. But what I did want to say is what we're doing now, we've got more funding for this, and we're extending this to different museum contexts. So we're extending this to science and technology museums, natural history, and various different things. And we're also extending it to look at description of touch, because our works were very much two-dimensional. And now I'm going to stop before I get chased off the stage. Thank you, everybody, for your attention.
Amazing. Thank you so much. This is the first time I've seen this clock ticking down, and it puts so much pressure on everybody. My heart was racing as it was getting close to zero, so I feel the pressure. You did well, nowhere near 3 hours. Congratulations. And in terms of attention, the things we remember about our museum visits, I've definitely had a lot of good cake at museums. Who else has? Yeah, oh, come on. There's got to be more than that. Anyway, I'm going to keep moving. Thank you so much. So our second presentation today, we've got 2 presenters. We've got Joon-kyung Kim, the Director of EQ for All Co. Limited, and Kyung-yuk Nam, the Senior Curator of the Gwacheon National Science Museum, with their presentation, Avatar Sign Language Translation Technology and Case on the Application of Untact Universal Docent Program using MR Device in Gwacheon National Science Museum. That is a long title. Congratulations. Please welcome our friends.
안녕하세요. 소셜벤처 EQ.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kim Joon-kyung at EQ for All. Yes, again, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Kim Joon-kyung at EQ for All. I'm an Asian male, 70s, 170s mid-height. I'm wearing gray pants, gray jacket, black hair, black eyes. Our presentation is going to be twofold. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the Avatar Sign Language Translation Technology, and following that, Mr. Nam is going to talk about the case study of what we call the Untact Docent case study. So this is the agenda that I'm going to cover. First of all, I would like to talk about why we need sign language translation and the advantages of Avatar Sign Language Translation and the case of this application. This is some statistics for you. There are about 430 million deaf and hard of hearing people all over the world, and this is going to continue to increase to about 700 million not long from here, about 2050. And in fact, 77 countries around the world are designating sign language as a legal official language. Some people might ask, but the deaf can see, so why do they need sign language? Well, in 2020, the Korean Ministry of Culture instituted a study on Korean Sign Language, and they said that 69.3% of the deaf are using sign language as their first language, and 69.7% of the deaf population have trouble understanding the Korean alphabet. There was a similar study done in the US. The average literacy of the deaf is at the grade level of 5.9. So we can see that they have trouble understanding information that is carried out in text form. That is why sign language is so important for the deaf community. The sign language translation is something that we would put in text and have that translated into sign language. This is something that we would have in conjunction with the source text and the avatar. So these two technologies would have to come together, the text translation part and the avatar visual part. Of this, the Avatar Sign Language Translation technology can be developed in about 3 different steps. So there is the first stage where we do the motion capture of a sign language interpreter's movements. For this, it takes maybe about 20 to 40 MD of effort to translate 1 page of text. So it takes a lot of time and a lot of expenses. The second stage is rule-based machine translation. This is where we do a mapping of the data that comes out from sign language animation, visuals, and the language, and through this, translation is offered. But rule-based machine translation has quality issues. So even if there is rule-based machine translation, there needs to be a sign language interpreter's additional input. The last stage is full NMT. This is Neural Machine Translation Engine. For this to be offered, We need expansive amounts of learning data, of sign language translation. However, this data is also expensive, and development of this kind of engine is expensive, and there aren't many case examples or use cases, so commercialization is still far down the road. Many institutions and corporations that are working on this are typically focusing on rule-based machine translation or full NMT, so they're somewhere in between, using hybrid technologies to try to provide sign language translation. Now, turning to the avatar technology, there are different characters that we can pull from. So on the left-hand side, there could be a cartoon style, very simplified avatar, on all the way to a kind of hyper-realistic human avatar that you see on the far right. So the character on the left, they're easier to render in the sign language engine, and they're easier to put to use in the actual equipment. But you can see that the expressions are not as diverse as other sign language interpreters. But if you see on the far right-hand side, the interpreter is very expressive and the movements are more varied. However, for this, obviously the costs are higher and it is difficult to apply this into the engine. However, despite these limitations, there are advantages in making use of this avatar sign language translation. This means that if you can really work hard to create one content that can be deployed across many different forms of media, the video that we typically film of a human sign language interpreter is limited. You can only use that one video. However, if we can have a character and if we just can have this engine, you can put it on hologram, you can put it on your mobile, you can put it on many different kinds of devices. Secondly, real-time translation can be offered on some structured text. So for example, if we can think about maybe disaster emergency alerts. For these disaster emergency alerts, there are many different kinds of variables that are at play, such as whether it's a typhoon or a flood or a fire. So because of all of these different variables, you would need a sign language interpreter to interpret real time each time there is a new kind of disaster. However, if you're using an avatar, you can have all of these videos set up in advance and then modularly put them together as blocks to provide that information real time. Or in some cases where the content is also fluid, where there's addition to the content or change to the content, you can make use of the same avatar over and over again, even when the content is modified. You can have the sign language avatar brought in to just provide the translation for that modified part. In a company in Korea called LG Electronics, they are providing their own avatar sign language translation. This is a way for them to enhance their use of branding. For avatar sign language technology, this can be put to use in many different industries and use cases. As I mentioned before, so there are these disaster alerts. For disaster alerts, the formula is quite structured. The text is pretty much the same, except for the fact that the disaster itself is different. But you can have the avatar brought in to convey that message. Or you can have accessibility to the web. Many people turn to the online websites to get access to information, but a lot of this is text-based. So it's difficult for the deaf community to access this information. We can have avatar sign language technology incorporated into these websites. In Brazil, there are sign language services that are offered in certain of the websites. In Korea, Australia, and some countries in Middle East, there are some of these similar services that are offered, some public websites. Also, we can consider kiosks or different mobile IT devices. During the pandemic, there were many kiosks that have been set up nationwide to provide contactless information. To make sure that these kiosks could also be barrier-free, we can think about using certain translation services, using sign language. LG Electronics is offering certain of these self-help kiosks in their repair service shops, and also the National Museum of Korea and other different places are offering these information kiosks that incorporate this technology. In XR or mixed reality, 3D sign language translation can also be given. For this, I'm going to turn to Mr. Nam of Gwacheon National Science Museum, who's going to tell us about a use case that they've put into practice in their institution.
안녕하세요.
Yes, hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nam Kyung-wook of the Gwacheon National Science Museum. Let me introduce myself. I have black hair. Right now, I'm wearing black jackets. I think I'm about 175 centimeters. I'm in my early 50s. Oh, the technologies that my colleague introduced to you just now, we try to put them into practice in our services offered at our museum. And let me walk you through our National Science Museum first of all. I think that would help with your understanding, providing a context. We are a 15-year-old museum. We opened in 2008. We heard about the Guangdong Science Center being the world's largest. Before 2008, before that museum was built, we were the largest in Asia, but Guangdong take our spot, so that's unfortunate. We are 15 years old, and we are quite large, as you can see. This is our total surface area. We have a permanent exhibition halls, we have a planetarium, an astronomical observatory, insectarium. We're composed of 2 stories, and I understand that some of you might be going on a trip on a Thursday to our premises. It would be lovely to host you there. At Gwacheon, we have a docent program. So when we say docent program, I think maybe museums and science centers call them differently. We might have different terms for that. But for us, at least, when we talk about docents, this is one of the programs that science communicators undertake. So they provide commentary on the exhibits, or they also provide many different kinds of programs linked to the exhibit or science shows. In 2019, we had about 5,000 times of docent programs that we provided, and the total attendance was maybe about 198,000. There are 12 science communicators at our National Science Museum. At the National Science Museum, we think about science communicators guiding groups or maybe providing hands-on support. But for us, in our case at least, these are experts. Typically, these science communicators at least have a master's or doctorate degree programs in STEM-related fields, and they have to go through training for at least 6 months to a year for them to be able to work as full-fledged science communicators. Many people, many visitors to our museum really enjoy the science communicator-led programs. So I'm sure you all know that after the pandemic, we had to shut down. It was a difficult time for us. From 2020, February 23rd, we closed for about 130 days. There were 3 times of shutdowns for us, so those are the periods listed there. After we shut down, we had to ask ourselves, what should we do? Our employees, our docents, or our science communicators, our curators, what should we do? What can we bring to the table? How can we contribute? And ironically, we thought that we could best put our efforts to use into trying to design new programs that could reach out to those people who would not otherwise be able to come to our museum. That same year, so 2020, one of the goals that we set out for ourselves was to try to realize our social role and apply universal design into our museum to try to become more inclusive. I think that earlier one of our speakers said that it might be better to say inclusive design, not necessarily universal design. Well, what we first wanted to do was we wanted to understand the situation as it stands out in the field. So we conducted a study. We worked together with Siloam Center for the Blind. It's a welfare center. And the Seodaemun Welfare Center, the Kwanakgu Comprehensive Welfare Center for the Disabled. These are different community welfare centers, and we wanted to understand the situation, what kind of different science programs exist and are out there. Through our study, we were able to see that for members of the disabled community, science is such a difficult topic to access, just in general. So kids in elementary school, so for example, because we are a national science museum, when we provide scientific commentary or when we write in our catalog, we try to write for maybe junior high or middle high school students. But for disabled persons with disabilities, that would be very difficult for them to comprehend. So we realize that their understanding and comprehension of scientific knowledge is maybe at the level of a second grader or a third grader in elementary school. So we try to analyze why is it that scientific knowledge and understanding is so difficult for them to comprehend. We saw that scientific terms and concepts are not relayed in sign language or braille. So they just cannot access this information at all. And many maps or teaching materials or science-related books for the blind, particularly, were not available. We wanted to understand how we can overcome this challenge. There might have been many different kinds of works that we can do to this and look into them, but we didn't have a lot of time at our disposal. And I'm sure all science museums would understand you have that budget that's allocated to you for that year, and you have to use up that budget by that year. So that's also one of our concerns. One of the attempts that we did was we tried to develop a docent program for the hearing impaired. And we called it Untact, without contact. And the reason for this, the reason why we thought of this was our colleague from EQ Forum said that we wanted to they proposed that they wanted to film and try a sign language avatar interpreting video for disaster alerts. And so we thought, why don't we take it further and try to expand it into a contactless docent program for the deaf? And when we went to and discussed this with the community welfare centers, they thought it was a great idea that, yes, science-related programs for the deaf community would be excellent. And that's why we thought that, okay, we can have these stakeholders come together and put our minds together on this. And so we thought that maybe in using the device, the best device would be the Microsoft HoloLens 2. So that would be the delivery system. The reason for this is because at the time, when we were coming up with this project, HoloLens 2 was just launched. I think maybe it had come out a month or two prior out in the market. I have to say, for a National Science Museum to try to work with an entirely new technology, a kind of new headset, it was a big gamble for us. But because we're a science museum, we also thought it was part of a role to try to experiment with these new technologies and try to produce some kind of content that we can share with people. So we thought that this was a good thing to try. As I mentioned before, we have 6 permanent exhibitions. We thought, okay, we have to choose from one of these to turn into content, and we asked some students, some deaf students, what they were interested in. Many of them said natural history, particularly dinosaurs. This is about a 2,000 meters squared space, and from the Natural History Hall, the students are particularly interested in the Mesozoic corner. So we took about 12 dinosaurs from the Mesozoic era to come up with this untacked docent program. And we wanted to make sure that it was untacked or contactless because we were still in the throes of the COVID-19 pandemic. And it was difficult to just have people inside the museum. There was a capacity, there was a ban or a limit on how many people could be in one place. At this time, there was only about 5 people that could be allowed to be together in the same room in a public space. So this meant that everything has to be very strictly tailored and made sure that for everyone's safety, there should be limited contact. So that's why we decided to go with a contactless or untagged docent program. We at the museum provided the content, and EQ for All provided the technology, the Avatar Sign Language program. And then this was applied to the Microsoft HoloLens. And let's take a look at what it might look like. I'm out of time, so I'm going to really hurry up. I think the video would speak for itself. Oh. If you wear the headset, the HoloLens, the avatar shows up and provides sign language. Of course, on the bottom, there will be some subtitles as well. So that's what we did. And in 2021, in February, we did a test of this on 14 CODA families. And through this prototyping, we were able to tweak the program to make it more safe and more improved. The feedback that we received was that the users were highly satisfied that we had come up with this kind of new attempt, this untagged docent program using latest technology. They're very satisfied with that. And many of these deaf community members said that they always, whenever they come to the museum, they needed someone, a human interpreter, to follow them around and provide interpretation, but that they didn't need that and they felt freer. And that was also some positive feedback. But we were able to expand this, get more of a budget. So from 2020 and 2021, this was what we were able to do. We expanded the target, expanded the content. And in the first year, we just worked on one area, the Mesozoic area in the natural history place. But then in the second year, we expanded it to all 6 permanent exhibition halls. And we tried to adopt a universal, inclusive design for adults, for teenagers, for children, for foreign, international guests. And another important thing is that in the National Science Museum, typically it's not just one member of the deaf community comes, it's families usually. Maybe the child is deaf, he or she comes with their families, or one of the parents is deaf and they bring their family, so it's a CODA family. So we tried to come up with an interface like this. Let me again walk you through the video. You might think that this is a little bit different from the other video that we just saw before. So you see here that early on, when the deaf person comes, they would come to our information help desk and they can choose. Are they going to listen to or watch the sign language interpretation or the Korean or the English? They have to choose whether they are a child or a teen, and then they choose the exhibition hall. And when they go there, the VR headset, they could wear the headset and the headset will inform them which area to go to. And then the VR headset will provide the docent information to them. So what we tried to include in the second year of the program, so 2021, was even if with sign language translation, some of the concepts might be difficult to grasp. So we wanted to include videos or 2D, 3D images to try to better their understanding. Oh, I'm almost done. Well, this is how we made use of the technology, and we understood that there were a lot of technological issues here. So for example, Wi-Fi, because we were on 4G and then we moved over to 5G and we tried to make use of high resolution imaging, but in some areas, Wi-Fi was a little bit unstable. So then we tried to improve it to 6G. So there were some technical difficulties, but in the end, we can say that with this 2-year program, we were able to get some learnings that, as mentioned before, For sign language translation and docent programs, the first thing that we need to do is to come up with the right terminology, the science terminology in sign language. So for areas like astronomy or science in many different areas, we had to translate them into sign language. We're still in the process of translating all of these science-related glossaries and terminologies into sign language. And to make use of the latest advanced technology is meaningful, not just for the deaf community, but for really everyone. This could be an interesting kind of device, especially this HoloLens headset. It looks cool, many people were interested, but there were some challenges as well. If we're making use of this kind of technology, we have to make sure that the technology fully reflects the content and really is a good vehicle. But in some cases, we thought that maybe it's not necessarily the best vehicle for delivery. And the third is that for a docent program, the docents have to really be able to meet the visitor at their level and interest. I think I have to end. So with this new technology, we were able to try to enhance accessibility and inclusivity, but technology could be great, but it's just a little bit of a means to a real end. And we have to think about what that end is, and technology is just a vehicle for us to get there. Thank you.
I would love to get a couple of questions from the audience. So if the speakers could rush up on stage, if that's possible, that would be fantastic. And put your hands up right now. Tell me who wants to speak. Over here. Thank you.
Thank you for both presentations, was very good. Thank you for addressing deaf people as well. I think we didn't have addressed that before in the conference, so it's very important. I'd like to ask for the Avatar team. First, I need to say that I was very proud to see the Brazilian represented in the screen. And they are actually very good. We worked with them since 2015 when they are very small startup and they grew very, very fast. It was very good to see them there. And my question is, how do you feed your data with new words and new variants? And how do you manage with the new scientific, for example, words or words that doesn't exist? Do you have a team of deaf people working with you? How does that work?
So there is a dedicated team that is available to work on this exclusively. So for us to provide this sign language translation, as I mentioned before, it's rules-based. So there needs to be a kind of dictionary in place. So it all starts from the dictionary. We need a sign language dictionary, a glossary of terms, and then we do the motion capture of each of the individual words to come up with a database. That database is what is fed to a mapping table, and the mapping table is what is used to provide the actual translation. And for these new kinds of new words that didn't exist before, sometimes when words, like foreign words, when they're brought in and used in our vernacular, so it's similar in Korea. So in Korea, there's a national language research center that compiles the new kinds of newfangled terms, and that's what we use for our sign language translation.
Thank you. We've got a question over here. Put your hand up again. Can someone? Thank you.
I would like to speak in Korean, if that is okay. I am majoring in museum studies at a graduate school, and it's great to see the advancement of these studies. So when we have visitations to museums or education or docent programs, It's about not only learning from the museum, but also asking questions and communicating with the people at the museums. So I think that's very important. But when we have audio description or when we have sign language, it's about just translating the actual words. And so when we think about the sign language, it's about enabling those who do not know sign language to understand the sign language. I think understanding the sign language is also important. So do you have any technologies to help people understand the sign language? So when we have sign language translation, it's about recognizing sign language and translating sign language into verbal language and also verbal language into sign language. So as I have explained, our technology is for verbal words to be translated into sign language using avatars, but TTS, the text-to-speech that you mentioned, or speech-to-text, S to T, is much harder. And the same way, recognizing sign language is much more difficult than translating verbal language into sign language. And so we are working in both directions, but translating sign language into verbal language is a bit more difficult. I would like to add to this, the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Information has been sponsoring one of our studies, and they actually are using a chatbot. And as you have mentioned, because interaction is very important, chatbots can be used, we thought, for translating sign language to verbal and vice versa. But it's very difficult to even translate scientific words into sign language. But to ask questions and have translations into sign language and vice versa will still take a considerable more time. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the floor? No? Oh, yes. At the back.
Hello, I'm Julia from Brazil. It's just a really quick question about the avatar. I guess you mentioned that the data using in the avatar is worldwide. So at the study at the museum, my first question is it being used already, the avatar in the expositions? And the second question, you said something about when the person gets into the reception. He can choose, like, they can choose if it is a child or a family and the language. So is it available at the museum in other sign languages or just the Korean sign language? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for those good questions. Yes, I'm sure you already know that sign language is also represented by different countries. So currently we only offer the service in the Korean Sign Language, or KSL. But I forgot to include this in my conclusion. We are no longer providing the service currently. So we have put in a lot of budget and our time to do this. But during the pandemic, this untagged docent was very useful and many people could access and make use of the services. But currently, because we're in the post-pandemic era, we have actual human docents, the science communicators who can interact with the crowd and ask questions. And that's what our museum goers really want. So right now, the program has stopped for a while, but if in the future, if there's another pandemic or if this technology develops in another way, then we can have it really help many more people, not just members of the disabled community, but for other people as well. Just to add, if I may, in the production stage, we wanted to try to provide easier sign language for children and a little bit more difficult sign language for adults. So we had a little bit customized.
And it's about, feel free to answer this question as well after, but, it seems to me that these initiatives are associated with funding and or research projects. And so I'm kind of wondering about the ongoing training and capacity building that's required within an institution to be able to do this in an ongoing way, and if that's something that's being considered in these projects, or are we just commissioning externally?
Thank you so much. That is a really great question and a really helpful one, because it was something I didn't explain in my presentation. So thank you. So the initial research was basically looking to explore whether or not audio description could be used as an inclusive interpretation tool. So it was kind of looking to see whether we could get rid of the traditional audio guide and use something inclusive, which is an audio descriptive guide in its place. And the WICKED project, which I'm sorry, I ran out of time, so I wasn't able to give you much of an explanation for. The purpose of WICKED was to create a model for use by museums. So essentially, what it has done is it's a 2-hour kind of program which museums can themselves use to create co-created audio description that they can then use you can then use in your museums. So the principle of it was exactly that, was creating something that enabled museums to produce this kind of co-created audio description. And the other thing I didn't say or make clear was that the key point about it is that it's created by people who are blind, partially blind, and sighted together in a collective. And so it moves away from this assumption that somebody sighted is creating audio description for somebody blind, and becomes a practice in which we're getting the lived experience, the positionality, the insights from people who are blind, and enriching our audio description based on their experiences. And like I said, that the model, it's a bit of watch this space, because we're producing a DOI of the documentation, which will be freely available to anyone, any museum who wants to have a look, which gives a kind of a sort of plan of how the sessions run and what the kind of the instructions are that you might want to use. It's all adaptable, but that will be freely available to all museums, so you can implement it yourselves if you want to.
Amazing, thank you. Did you have anything to add? Yeah?
예.
Well, this may not be an answer to the questions, but there was a point that I did not have time to mention in my presentation. In 2000, in the first year, we developed this program for those with hearing impairments, and there were some criticism within, because at that time, it was during COVID-19, and even now, there are about 4,000 visitors to our museum. And of those, we only have about 10 to 20 per week who has hearing impairment. And so for the accessibility and inclusion of people with hearing impairment, do we have to spend so much? That was the criticism. Well, it's about 3 million won per one of those lens. So that's about $4,000 to $5,000. And so it's a very expensive piece of equipment. And so there were some criticism concerning why we need so much budget for this. And that's why in the second year we went towards universal design, because it has to be universal in order for people to accept this investment. Of course, I myself do not agree with this, because even if it's just one person, we obviously need these tools for accessibility. And so I do believe that education and training should not just be on how to make these programs, but it should be also about why accessibility is important and why inclusiveness is important. And that's what we are here today to do. And I hope that more people from museums could join these programs. And I hope that I'll be able to invite some of you to our museum so we can raise awareness. Thank you.
Ka-Young wants to get us to Namok, so I'm going to wrap it up there. Thank you so much, and please another round of applause.
Thank you, everybody. You are so good to keep the schedule today. Thank you very much. So now we have to move to the museum. And before that, I have some announcements again. We finished the Wednesday field trip. If you missed it, just tell some my team you missed it. But it's only one chance left. Okay, and